immediate past chairs, we have here with us today Mr. Oke Egbuchu.
We would also like to welcome in our midst Mrs. Enitonruwane. She's also an immediate past chair.
And the captain who is currently steering this ship and who is leading us to El Dorado, the one and only Mrs. Chineye Oragu.
The Travel and Tourism Committee is a committee under the SBL, so we would like to welcome the presence of the representative of the chairman for the SBL, Mrs. Tomilayo Oduyebo.
We must acknowledge the presence of the Vice Chair of NBA Lagos, who is representing the NBA here, Esther Jimo.
And the last but not the least, we would like to welcome in our presence the presence of the National Welfare Secretary of the NBA, Mr. Ayi Barnabas.
It's important to state that Miss Tomilayo Oduyebo is the Western Zone Coordinator of the SBL. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, ma'am. So at this juncture, we will be having our remarks, and all the people who have put in so much work to put this together are going to set the tone for why we are gathered here. With humility and respect, I'd like to welcome to the podium for his open remarks the chairman of this prestigious roundtable, the learned silk, Mr. Richard Ayodele Akitunde SAN.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And please permit me to just do a few recognitions. I want to believe that the compares for this event have set the tone of the protocols for this event. So I'll start by recognizing His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, FNSE. I'll also recognize the Honorable Commissioner of Culture and Tourism, Dr. Wasiu Anubosun, who is not only representing himself personally as the Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, but is also representing the Governor of Oyo State and the government and people of Oyo State. Permit me also to recognize the chair of the MBA SBL section, Osofu Latunde Ogemudia, and the chairperson of the MBA SBL Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee, Mrs. Chineye Oragu. I also recognize all the distinguished speakers, my brother Silks, who are here, who are going to share ideas with us at this round table. I recognize you all, distinguished members of MBA section on business law, as well as members of the Nigerian Bar Association, and all stakeholders in the tourism and hospitality sector, chairperson of the Tourism and Hospitality Committee, and our team for bringing us together to discuss repositioning Nigeria's tourism and hospitality to ensure sustainable prosperity. The choice of the city of Ibadan to host this year's tourism retreat was a no-brainer to the planning committee because of the historic nature of the city, also as a tourist destination, and the giant strides that the Oyo State government, under the able leadership of Engineer Seyi Makinde, have been making towards repositioning the state's tourism and hospitality sector for sustainable and long-lasting prosperity. The tourism retreat and roundtable is coming on the backdrop of several progressive initiatives that this state has embarked upon. For instance, in April 2024, the government organized the first ever International Tourism Summit, which brought together various professionals, industry practitioners, with the aim to unlock and develop the significant potential of tourism in the state through public-private development partnership collaborations. Also, Oyo State is currently leading the renovation and upgrade of the Samuel Lado Akintola Airport to expand its capacity to receive tourists and visitors from all over the world. Also, the state government has consistently improved the infrastructure of the state by creating more road networks and also improving accessibility by train. Oyo State is a land rich in heritage and enduring legacies. From the iconic Cocoa House, Bowers Towers, Agodi Gardens, the Ele waterfront, to the Iyake suspended lake in Aduawaye. You know that Oyo State, for me and a couple of my friends, is the most visited state for us as tourists. In fact, I'm currently, my love for Oyo State and Ibadan, I'm currently building my retirement home in Ibadan here. Some of you know that I am a biker, and many of my friends, we do these tours, and we frequent Oyo State. We have been to the suspended lake at Aduawaye. We have been on the Sheyin Ibadan Road. We have gone to Fashola Agribusiness Tourism Estate. So there are so many potentials in the state. With all year good weather, the availability of, or the devaluation of the Naira, improvement in infrastructure, come to Ibadan, decided to ensure develops in the state. This is an opportunity for you to host us because of the advantages the summit will bring. And he agreed, and he assured me that he will support the MBA SBL Tourism Committee fully. I think he deserves a round of applause. I hope Retreat and Roundtable. I wish us fruitful deliberations and a memorable time. Thank you, God, and God bless Oyo State and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Yes, Lord, thank you for sunshine, thank you for rain, thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Lord, I thank you for sunshine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for joy.
Thank you so much, Leonard Silk. That was a very inspiring speech. And the takeaway from it for me was, let's translate all of this from conversations to action. Thank you so much, sir. And we must thank you specially for all you have done to put this together. We also thank the Executive Governor of Oyo State. In fact, the amala I had yesterday, the taste has not left me. I slept so well, sir. I've not slept like that in a long time. Amala yen o fele dáadáa. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ẹ ṣé àdúpẹ́ o, ọwọ́ yín á máa ròkè. We must recognize the team from the Oyo State Ministry of Culture and Tourism. We have here present with us the Executive Chairman, Ogoluwa Honorable Sheon Ojo. I hope I got that. We have the Director for Tourism, Mrs. M.A. Adegbola. Sorry? Agbola. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I don't have my glasses. I apologize. We have the Director for Culture. Damilola, and of course the cultural officer, Mr. Abdulwasiu Adeyemi. Thank you all so much for what you have done in support of this cause. We are very
Sound check out. Sound check. Sound.
Hello.
Sound check. Sound.
The Executive Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, ably represented by the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Culture and Tourism, Dr. Wasiu Adewale Olatunbosun. The chairman of this occasion, Mr. Ayodele Akintunde SAN, Mr. Olatunde Busari SAN, Mr. Ajibola Ogunkeyede, the chairman of the SBL Committee on Travel, Tourism and Hospitality, Mrs. Chinenye Oragu. I hope I got that correctly. Please pardon me for murdering your name. Distinguished guests from the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, Oyo State, distinguished colleagues, esteemed guests, valued participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I warmly welcome you on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association section on business law to the 2025 edition of the Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Retreat and Roundtable, holding here in the historic and culturally rich city of Ibadan. Your participation indicates a shared commitment to advancing meaningful dialogue and driving progress. And we are truly delighted to have you join us for what promises to be an engaging, insightful, and transformative experience. The theme of this retreat, repositioning Nigeria's tourism and hospitality sectors from seasonal hype to sustainable prosperity, could not be more relevant. In today's rapidly evolving global and local economic climate, it has become increasingly clear that our tourism and hospitality sectors can no longer rely on fleeting moments of attention. Instead, there is a pressing need to chart a path towards long-term sustainable growth. This means creating ecosystems where these industries flourish, not only during peak periods, but consistently throughout the year, driven by models that are inclusive, resilient, and economically empowering. Achieving this vision requires active leadership from the legal and business communities who must champion the policies, partnerships, and frameworks necessary to support this vital transformation. Throughout this retreat and roundtable, you will have the opportunity to engage in enriching activities that blend learning with cultural immersion, from thought leadership sessions and dynamic panel discussions to scenic discussions that showcase the unique landmarks, historic sites, and local artistry of Ibadan. There is much to look forward to. Expect an interactive roundtable session, opportunities for professional networking, and first-hand experiences of the vibrant tourism potential that the city and its environs have to offer. This retreat is not only a platform for dialogue, it is a call to action. As stakeholders in the business and legal communities, we have a responsibility to support the creation of sustainable frameworks that protect investment, empower local communities, and elevate Nigeria's global tourism profile. We commend the Tourism and Hospitality Committee for their dedication in bringing this vision to life, and we thank each and every one of you for being part of this important conversation. Once again, we welcome you to the city of Ibadan and welcome to what promises to be an enriching and impactful retreat. On behalf of the chairman of the SBL, we welcome you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful speech on behalf of the chairman of the NBSBL. Would now like to welcome the chairperson for the NBSBL Travel and Tourism Committee, Mrs. Chineye Ragu, for our own welcome address.
It's so good loving somebody and somebody loves you back.
Good morning, everyone. So happy to see us all beautifully dressed and looking radiant. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, duly represented. The Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Culture and Tourism, Dr. Wasiu Adewale Olatubosun. The Chairman of this occasion, Mr. Richard Ayodele Akintunde SAN. Mrs. Tomilayo Oduyebo, representative of the SBL chairperson and the rep of the Western Zone. Mrs. Esther Jimo, the vice chairman of the Lagos MBA branch. Mrs. Yewande Deji Omotoya, state lead MBA Women Forum. Speakers, Olatunde Busari SN, Ajibola Ogunkeyode, Nenna Fokoya Smith, Obi Asika, Mrs. Eniton Riwane, distinguished guests of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, Oyo State, Leonard Silks, distinguished guests with us today, esteemed colleagues, valued stakeholders, and friends of the industry. Good morning, and welcome to the second edition of the Tourism Retreat and Roundtable of the Travel, Tourism, and Hospitality Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association Section on Business Law. It gives me immense pleasure to address you today, not only as the chairperson of this dynamic committee, but also as a committed advocate for the growth and sustainability of Nigeria's tourism and hospitality sectors. Your presence is not only valued, but also serves as a resounding affirmation of our shared commitment to fostering innovative development in the travel, tourism, and hospitality sectors of our nation. Our committee successfully held its inaugural tourism retreat and roundtable from 25th to 26th of October 2004 in Abeokuta, Ogun State. The event saw a remarkable turnout of key industry stakeholders and government representatives, and importantly, some of the things we discussed are being implemented. We have been in communication with the Commissioner for Tourism, Ogun State, and we have seen some of the things that we discussed come to light. Now, building on the success of that 2024 tourism retreat, our committee is holding the second edition of this retreat in the historic city of Ibadan, Oyo State. The theme for this year's retreat is repositioning Nigeria's tourism and hospitality sectors from seasonal hype to sustainable prosperity. And this theme is both timely and imperative. What does it do? It calls for a strategic shift from periodic attention and short-term excitement to a long-term, inclusive, and economically viable tourism ecosystem. We all saw the data from what happened in December. I just got back, the dirty December. But what can we do to ensure that it's sustainable all year round? We're going to be discussing that today. We are privileged to hold this gathering in Ibadan, Oyo State, the state blessed with immense cultural heritage that spans centuries. Ibadan proudly bears the imprint of our nation's cultural legacy and historical depths, and serves as both a venue and a living symbol of what makes Nigeria a unique and compelling destination. Our gathering today brings together a diverse and distinguished mix of legal practitioners, policymakers, public and private sector leaders, cultural custodians, academics, and innovators. It is this rich collaboration that will drive the policy shifts, regulatory clarity, and investment confidence needed for sustainable transformation in our tourism and hospitality sectors. Over the course of the retreat, we will engage in meaningful dialogue, exchange bold ideas, and explore pathways to repositioning Nigeria as a leading tourism hub in Africa and beyond. I encourage each of you to immensely immerse yourselves in the sessions ahead to network, to share, and to collaborate. Because the work we do here has the power to shape policy, influence practice, and inspire progress. At this point, I also want to thank His Excellency, the Action Governor, for his hospitality and for receiving us so well, and also for the strides he has been making in the tourism sector in the state. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our partners, sponsors, speakers, planning committee members, and everyone who has contributed to making this event possible. I wish us all a retreat filled with insightful deliberations and meaningful connections. Let us make this retreat one to remember for its substance, its spirit, and its impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Let us make this retreat one to remember for its impact, its substance, and its spirit. Those are words that should be carved in gold. Thank you so much, Ma. I'd like to call on someone who has done a lot of work to put all of this together, in person of Mrs. Pamela Akabua, the chairperson of the 2025 Tourism Retreat and Roundtable Planning Committee. A resounding round of applause for her, please.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. It is indeed a pleasure to stand here, and I must first of all appreciate His Excellency, Engineer Sheyi Makinde. Apologies, His Excellency Sheyi Makinde, represented by the Commissioner for Tourism, Dr. Wasiu. Thank you so much for coming, sir. I will also want to thank everyone from the government house that is here. The Oyo State government is ably represented. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you. I want to thank our Leonard Sikhs that are here. It gives me so much joy that we called on you and you answered. And I will start with the able chair for this retreat. Thank you so much, sir, for attending and for supporting us in every way possible. Thank you so much. I want to thank every other person that is here, all our invited guests, and even the committee members that are here. This event will not hold without you. Thank you so much for coming. Everybody has spoken so much about the theme and what we want to achieve, so I wouldn't go over that again. But I think my major role here is to thank every member of the planning committee, the team leads and the committee members. Please, can we just stand up wherever we are? Please help appreciate those ones. They've given their time, given their energy, given their resources, meetings upon meetings. Thank you all so much. And I also, thank you, please have your seat. Also want to thank the sponsors. They have been amazing. We have them all here, and we'll definitely still call them out. They have been very instrumental in supporting us in cash and in kind to make this event work. I will then thank our speakers. I was involved in the retreat last year, and I knew how a bit difficult it was to get speakers. But I want to thank our speakers this year. They were so warm and receptive. Calls, emails, WhatsApp, any way you reach out to them, they will definitely just answer you. So I want to thank them so much, starting with Ms. Inena Plaka-Smith. Thank you so much for coming. Our able CEO, you feel fly, Mr. Ajibade, thank you so much. SAN, Busari, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for coming, sir. We also have a speaker that will be joining online, Obia Sika. And I must mention, of course, our moderator, Mrs. Eniton Ruwani. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming, and as Madam Chair said, we are going to have a wonderful time learning on learning and picking out new things that we hope that all of us will go back to our respective offices and states to implement. And the change we want, we believe, will start from this event. Thanks so much once again for coming. God bless you all.
Thank you, Madam Pamilerin. I must commend Madam Pamilerin. She was amazing throughout the whole planning. She did a very good job. There were days where I got messages at 3 a.m. in the morning, 5 a.m. in the morning. So, Madam Pamilerin, thank you so much for the work you have put in. Thank you very much. Now, I would invite the representative of the Nigerian Bar Association. That's Mr. Eyi Barnabas, who is the Assistant General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, for his goodwill message. Thank you very much.
The Executive Governor of Oyo State, represented, and the Honorable Commissioner for Tourism, distinguished Nene Silk, Chairman of the occasion, Mr. Ayodele Akuntide SAN, and members of the SBL Tourism Committee. I bring you a good message from the national, and personally, I am also a member of the SBL, and I came all the way from Abuja to be here for this particular event. Now, I don't think I can add or subtract from all that have been said, but mine will just be a little appeal that I've come all the way down from the north, Abuja, to be here. I'm begging Madam Chair that probably before the end of the year or next year, if you decide to organize the program next year, please come down to the north for your tourism program. Or if you want to just go down east, because I'm married to a wife from the east, Ebonyi State, and my beloved mentor, Chief Emeka Ozwani, is also from the east. And I'm sure if you are ready to go down to his village, you will ensure proper mobility for everybody to go down to the east. So please, I want to appeal to the chairman and organizers that don't leave it down here in the west, please. Come down north or east so that we can also show you the good culture that we have down there. And it will be an exciting adventure for you, I can assure you. I also pledge that if you decide to not host it around this area anytime soon, I will give you the commitment of the executive and the national president of the NBA that there will be maximum support for the next program if you decide to pity us and come down to the north. So I appeal to you, and also happy to be here. In fact, I give kudos to the chairman of the committee. You have done excellently well. I've enjoyed myself. I have to ensure that I have Agbada because I'm in Yoruba land. And, the distinguished Leonard Sekou, the chairman of this occasion, ordinarily I would have given you a special name, but that particular name has been occupied by the president. The president is nicknamed the Golden Boy. But you have to be the diamond man because you are still looking peg at 60. You have so much swag. So I want to appreciate your network and how you have hosted the SBL in your particular state. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnabas. So we're going to have the last goodwill message from Mrs. Esther Jimo, who is the representative, the vice chairman, MBA Lagos. So we're going to call her up for a goodwill message. Thank you very much.
Master shine like a diamond. I swear I know good done. I swear.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say it's a pleasure for me to be standing here delivering this goodwill message on behalf of the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Lagos branch, because this place is like home for me. I was born here, I grew up here. So for me, this is like coming back home. Thank you. Okay, so I'll be delivering the goodwill message of the chairman of the NBA Lagos branch, Mr. Olabisi Makojuola. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, duly represented. The Honorable Commissioner of Culture and Tourism, Dr. Wasiu Olatubosun. Other respected government functionaries here present. Representative of the NBA National, the Assistant General Secretary of the NBA, Mr. Barnabas Ehi. Chairperson of the NBA Section on Business Law, ably represented by Mrs. Tomilayo Oduyebo. Chairperson of the Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee, Mrs. Chineye Orawo. The chairman of this tourism retreat and roundtable, Chief Ayodele Akintunde, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Pardon me, sir. Distinguished speakers, other learned silk here present, distinguished members of the bar, industry leaders, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege to deliver this goodwill message on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch at this important gathering organized by the Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee of the NBA Section on Business Law during this 2025 Tourism Retreat and Roundtable here in the culturally rich and historically significant city of Ibadan. Let me begin by commending the leadership of the Section on Business Law, and in particular, the members of the Travel, Tourism, and Hospitality Committee for their significant for their diligence and vision in putting together this roundtable. As someone who participated at last year's event in the city of Abeokuta, this event has continued to grow in significance and impact, and I'm confident that this year's edition will further strengthen the important link between law, policy, and economic development through tourism. The theme of this year's roundtable, repositioning Nigeria's tourism and hospitality from seasonal hype to sensational prosperity, is both compelling and timely. It is a bold call to action and a challenge to rethink our approach to a sector that is often celebrated for its potential, yet has historically remained underutilized and I dare say neglected. Nigeria is blessed with immense natural beauty, diverse cultures, vibrant arts, and rich historical heritage, for all of which form a solid foundation for a thriving tourism and hospitality industry. Yet, despite this wealth of resources, our tourism sector continues to experience limited growth, often followed by short-lived moments of attention rather than long-term strategic investment. This model of seasonal hype does little to contribute to the economic transformation that tourism has brought to other countries across the world. If Nigeria is truly to unlock the potential of this sector, then we must shift the narrative from celebration to consolidation, from episodic excitement to enduring engagement, and from temporary attraction to sustainable prosperity. This is where the legal profession, particularly the MBA and the SBL, must play a leading role. We must begin to provide the legal architecture that supports the long-term growth of the industry, drafting tourism-friendly legislation, shaping policies that promote public-private partnerships, advising on land use, investment structuring, dispute resolution, consumer protection, intellectual property for creative content, and environmental sustainability. We must also work with regulatory bodies and stakeholders to ensure that our legal frameworks are not only enabling but also responsive to the dynamics of a modern tourism ecosystem. As the commercial and economic hub of the country, the Lagos branch of the Nigerian Bar Association understands all too well the economic importance of this sector and the role the law must play in facilitating investment, protecting innovation, and ensuring that all players in the value chain are treated fairly and equitably. Thus, we remain committed to supporting the efforts of the SBL and this committee to ensure that tourism is no longer seen as a leisure afterthought, but as a viable and strategic driver of national growth. Moreover, as we engage in today's discussions and strategic sessions, away from the hustle and bustle of our daily lives, I encourage all participants, lawyers, policymakers, entrepreneurs, tourism experts, and government representatives to embrace this opportunity for collaboration, knowledge exchange, and actionable planning. Let us commit not only to identifying the barriers, but also to co-creating solutions that are practicable, inclusive, and implementable. On behalf of the entire membership of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch, I thank you all for this opportunity and extend our warmest wishes for a successful and impactful roundtable. May the deliberations here today inspire bold steps, new alliances, and sustained progress for Nigeria's tourism and hospitality industry. Thank you all, and God bless you all.
Joy is coming, joy is coming. Dupa, Olua, joy is coming. Only a little more, you do. Dupa, Olua,
Thank you very much, Mrs. Esther Jimo, for your goodwill message on behalf of the chairman of the MBA Lagos. We would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Tamuno Atekebu, the managing partner, Stream Sowers & Co.
We would also like to recognize Mr. Okori Kalu, partner, Punuka Attorneys and Solicitors.
We would also like to welcome into our midst Mrs. Gloria Reka, the founding partner, Newswire Law Events and Magazine.
Mr. Femi Fajolu, the partner, G.O. Shodipo & Co. You're welcome, sir.
And finally, we'd like to recognize Mr. Oke Igbichu, partner CLP Legal and former chairman of this Travel and Tourism Committee. But also, just a piece of information for those who will be interested in CPD points, the link has been posted on the group, so you could click on it and so that you'll be able to get the points for the continuous professional development. Thank you.
I just must say this before we continue. I noticed that Mrs. Esther Jimo has been soaking up the environment since we arrived yesterday. Now I know why. You're back home, you're back to base, and you were just enjoying every moment. Very interesting. Thank you, ma'am. At this point, we would welcome Dr. Wasiu Adewale Olatubosun, the Honorable Commissioner, Oyo State Ministry of Culture and Tourism, for his keynote speech. Please let us welcome him with a resounding round of applause. Don't stop clapping till he gets here. Thank you.
Please, let me sit there, please. Let me sit there. It will be a little bit difficult to stand before learned people and speak. So the little I say, you have to accept it like that. We thank Almighty God who allows us to be here. We were here, we started yesterday, and God has been with us, and He has been with the team. God will continue to be with MBA, SBL. So let me appreciate the chairperson, MBA Travel and Tourism Committee, who also the convener of this roundtable on tourism, Barrister Chineye Horago. The chairman roundtable, my good brother, my good Alagbara, and my good Oloye, is Ba Mofin Ondo Kingdom. Ba Mofin of Ondo Kingdom. Chief Richard Awotunde, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. And my good brother, who is also son of the soil, and also Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Maybe by this time, we are going to also give him Ba Mofin of Ibadan land. Chief Olatunde Busari, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. My good brother, Mr. Ajibola Ogunkeyede, CEO, You Fit Fly, is the richest stakeholder in tourism industry in Oyo State. Our chairperson, Barrister Osofo Yetunde Ugwemudia, permit me the way who is representing Mrs. He's being represented by Mrs. Tomilayo Uduyebo. My colleague, who is joining me here, is also the executive chairman of one of the local governments, and is Honorable Sheun Ojo, the chairman Ogoluwa local government from Ogbomoso, all the way from Ogbomoso. You are welcome. The Director of Tourism, Mrs. Agbola, and all the directors here present, and the entire team of Ministry of Culture and Tourism, you are all recognized. All our senior advocates of Nigeria here, all the lawyers here, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I'm here to talk on hospitality as a keynote speaker. It is my pleasure to be in the midst of the learned members of our society at this unique occasion of tourism retreat and roundtable with the theme, Repositioning Nigeria's Tourism and Hospitality Sectors from Seasonal Hub to Sustainable Prosperity. Organized by Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee, TT&H Committee of Nigeria Bar Association, section of the Business Law, MBA SBL. I'm also delighted to deliver the keynote address during this rare and special event. First of all, I wish to commend the organizers of this tourism retreat and roundtable for their act of ingenuity in bringing together at this venue the industry leaders, professionals, and all other concerned stakeholders to discuss the latest trends, challenges, opportunities, and strategies to reposition the Nigerian tourism and hospitality sectors to a year-long sustainable model. In addition, kindly permit me to use this opportunity to appreciate lawyers, members of Nigeria Bar Association MBA, for the contributions to the development of tourism and hospitality sector in Nigeria. Tourism and hospitality sectors started witnessing significant and noticeable growth in 2013, when the collection of taxes from sectors came under the purview of the state government, which was made possible by lawyers. I think you deserve, yeah. Lawyers have always been helpful in drafting of laws for tourism and hospitality sector to thrive. The roles of the learned ones during the drafting of 2020 Oyo State Tourism and Hospitality Law was invaluable. Though the process of reviewing the law is ongoing to meet the current trend, it has been helpful in ensuring standardization in the tourism and hospitality business in Oyo State, minimizing fraudulent and criminal activities in the sector, boosting the internally generated revenue IGR of the state government, among others. I therefore give kudos to the legal practitioners for their immense contributions to the development of tourism and hospitality. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the theme, this year's Roundtable, Repositioning Nigeria's Tourism and Hospitality Sector from Sessional Hype to Sustainable Prosperity, I wish to first do a brief general review of Nigeria tourism and hospitality sectors before focusing on hosting state, that is our Oyo State, the pace-setter state. What I'm trying to say there is that let me first of all go to the broad and narrow my scope and come back home where all other states follow while Oyo State leads. And you know, when pace-setter state sneezes, other states will catch cold. Thank you very much. Nigeria's tourism and hospitality sectors are brimming with a lot of potentials, from our vibrant cultural festivals to our untapped ecotourism gems. We generate hype, but often lack the infrastructure, enabling policies, and sustainability framework to convert this hype into year-round economic value. The question before us is not just how to attract visitors, but how to retain them, empower communities, and build a resilient industry that thrives beyond festive peaks. Nigerian tourism landscape presents, what we are trying to say here is that Nigeria is blessed with all forms of tourism. And we should, what we are witnessing for the past few years has been hype for during the specific period. Maybe Christmas, Ileya, Itunu, Easter, and specific period. Instead of having specific seasonal tourism, why can't we have all year round where people will be trooping into the country and enjoy tourism? Nigerian tourism landscape presents a wealth of untapped opportunities From Cross Rivers, lush rainforest to Kano Ancient trading route, Lagos vibrant bridges to Osun sacred groves, and right here in Oyo State, the Peseta State, with many firsts in almost all human endeavor and over 200 fascinating sites and monuments. Our nation possesses all the elements of world-class tourism destination. Yet, all these assets, our hospitality sector remains untapped, remain trapped in seasonal cycle, only bringing to life during festive period. Major event of diaspora homecomings, such inconsistency failed to harness the full economic potentials of our cultural and economic treasures. For instance, let me give you one example. We have only one natural suspended lake in the world. The other one in Colorado in USA is artificial. The one we have in Nigeria domiciled here in Oyo State at Ado-Awaye. And it is, thank you, 2,500 feet above the sea level. It will take you 1 hour to get to the lake when you want to hike the mountain. So, unfortunately, governments that came before us did not make this public. Many people did not aware that we have that treasure in Nigeria. So people will now go to USA just to see and enjoy the one in Colorado. So whereas the one we have in Nigeria is, apart from natural, is bottomless. Up to now, they have not ascertained the depth of the water. And we are still here saying that, okay, America is only London. No. What we have there, and the same spread across geopolitical zones that we have in the country. So instead of saying it is only Christmas, it is only Ileya or Easter, why can't we be having all year round through tourism? With few exceptions, Nigerian tourism sector faces systemic hurdles that constrain its growth potential. 1, critical infrastructure deficit, including poor road network, unreliable power supply, and underdeveloped hospitality facilities create accessibility barrier for visitors. Compounding, what I'm trying to say here is that for tourism to thrive in any country, in any state, in any society, 3 things are very key. The first one is infrastructure. In terms of road, in terms of light, in terms of street lights, to say that. But road is very key because many people would like to go to those tourist sites during the day. So if the roads that you have there are not good, people will be discouraged from going there. Let me give you one example. When we came in, for you to travel to Ado-Awaye from Ibadan, it will take you 4 hours. Because from here to Ishen, it will take you 2 hours, 45 minutes. And from there, another 45, 1 hour. But when Governor Seyi Makinde came in, he decided to use what we call roadmap for accelerated development. One of those is expanding the economy through infrastructure, road infrastructure, and light up Oyo. And he connected zones. We have 5 zones in Oyo State. It succeeded in connecting Oyo Ibadan zone that has 11 local governments. It succeeded in connecting Ibadan zone to Okeogun zone through Moniya Ishenyin Road. That Moniya Ishenyin Road that used to take people 2 hours 45 minutes to get to Ishenyin, it will only take you 45 minutes now to get to Ishenyin. And from Ishenyin to that place, it will take you 15, 20 minutes. So you will see how we have saved labor, manpower, and how anybody who wants to go to Ado-Awaye can leave Ibadan 7, 8 and get to Ado-Awaye 9, still fresh to hike the mountain. So that is number one. Number two is security. Nobody will want to leave his house or her house and go to an environment that is not secured. Even if you want to go, your wife or your husband will say, wow, this man, where are you going? You won't make me be widow? No, you won't go. How many of us can now, when we were young, the dream state that we always like to go, who can tell me? The dream state that, when they wake you and say, which state do you want to go and enjoy your weekend or holiday? Where? No, Plateau State. Plateau State. Can anyone now, except Chief Richard and my good friend, Chief Busari, and my son, my brother's son, who have the resources to employ the state-of-art security personnel and equipment that will save them from go and enjoy their holiday in Port Harcourt. So security is very, very key. Very, very key. And the third one is the political will. The political will. Perhaps most critically, the sector remains trapped in seasonal mindset, prioritizing short-term event-based hype over the development of, having talked generally on tourism experience in Nigeria. You go to Lagos, you enjoy yourself, but you see that the lifestyle that you people are living in Lagos. I'm a pure bred Ibadan man. Even when I decided to go and do my second master's in Unilag, I didn't envy you people. I didn't enjoy you at all. I didn't, in fact, everything about you, now rush. For the period that I spent in Unilag, it got to a stage that says, okay, even if it is, no matter how much it will cost me, I must get accommodation during my second semester, before third semester. That, even if it is one small bed. So now, how would they have time to now say they want to? But things must change. We must do certain things that will make people enjoy themselves and enjoy their leisure. We have in Oyo State, I haven't talked about general. Let me now come back home. We have in Oyo State that is known for a number of firsts, the home of many firsts in Nigeria and Africa. First university in Nigeria is University of Ibadan. First international stadium in Africa is Obafemi Awolowo Stadium, otherwise known as Liberty Stadium. The first television station in Africa, Western Nigerian Television, WNTV, that is now known as Nigerian Television Authority. The first general hospital in Nigeria is Adeoyo General Hospital, that is now Adeoyo Teaching Hospital. The first teaching hospital in Nigeria is University College Hospital Usage. The first high motorable road in Nigeria is in Ibadan, and it is Ibadan or your road. I don't know how many of you have traveled along Old Oyo Road, that you take Akinyele, instead of express, you take Akinyele, and that road you are seeing is the first road. And the first dualized road in this country, do you know? It's here in Ibadan. It's Queen Elizabeth Road. That is the road when you are coming from Makola and you are going to Secretariat. From that Dandaru Road, going to Secretariat, that's Queen Elizabeth Road. That was the first dualized road in Nigeria. In addition, there are over 200 historical sites and monuments in state, among which are Captain Bowers Tower is also in your schedule. You are going there tomorrow. You will see, when you get off, you will be able to see larger percentage of Ibadan, and you will enjoy the serenity of that place. Though the state is trying to woo, and I want to use this opportunity that we are looking for investors that can upgrade that place into an international tourist site. When you get there tomorrow, you will see. So, Captain Bowers Tower, we have Mokpo Hall, ancient Mokpo Hall. We have Iraven Palace. That Iraven Palace has over 100 rooms in it. So, we have, that is for Ibadan. We have Ibadan Groove, and that is Ibadan Corridor. We have Ibadan Corridor, or your corridor, tourism corridor. We have Ogbomoso Tourism Corridor. We have Ibarapa Tourism Corridor. And that's 5 zones, has its own tourism corridor. Each zone has its own potential, tourism potential. So that is Ibadan Corridor. For your tourism corridor, we have Alaafin Palace. We have Ifa Gidan Grove. We have National Museum. We have Old Oyo National Park. We have Africhata Film Village. If not because of your tight schedule, I would have loved us to go to Oyo and see wonders that Ibrahim Chata has done single-handedly, without any loan, without any support. That guy, that man has done, in fact, it's a multi-billion naira investment. So if maybe by next time, I won't like to align with the representative of MBA that's saying that you should go to East. You have to still come back. Thank God we have someone like Bahamofin of Ondo Kingdom who will help us to thank our governor and also ask for more by saying that you people have seen now, you still want to come back and enjoy good hospitality that His Excellency has given you. So every charter, you know, those are Oyo tourism corridor. And we have Sogidi Lake, where the fishes in that river can never be cooked. You can cook it for 2-3 days, it won't cook. There was a time that they wanted to put army barrack there in Awe. And the first set of soldiers that they sent there, according to history given to us, some of them went to that river and said, we will see what will happen. They picked some. And they came back home and they cook it for 3 days. They cook. When they are tired, they now continue the following day. After the 3rd day, they realized that the fish, all the fishes there are still alive. So they started crying. Egba wow, wala deo. Please, there is problem. Come over. This is what we did. So eventually, they now took those fishes back to the river. And on getting back home, the man died, the wife died, and they also lost some of them who were involved. So and that river is all year round. It doesn't dry. So, and it performs spiritual, and also it's also a source of it's a tourism potential. So those are for Oyo corridor. For we also have for Ibarapa, we have Onigbakoro, we have Esin, we have Unshakable Rock, Orokun Iyawo in Ibarapa Tourism Corridor. And for Ogbomoso, we have Heroes Arcade, Ogun Ajalu Shrine in Ogbomoso. And for Okeogun, we have Kunle Afolayan film that His Excellency just commissioned last month. We have Iyake Suspended Lake, the one I just explained to you now. We have Hasabari and Ologun Grove, Oyole, Igboba. You know your kingdom started from Oyole. I know you, since you are all lawyers, definitely you will know that. It started from Oyole, then moved to Oyogboho. So we have Oyole still there, and all those relics are still there. And we have Igboba, where they buried the four Alaafins. Is it 4 or 6 Alaafins? That's Igboba at Igboho. So, and those are the Okeogun corridor. You see that we have touched all those things. We also have festivals. I don't want to bore you with all sorts of festivals that we have there in Oyo State. All the zones, all the towns, they have their own festival. It is imperative to add that, in line with the theme of this program, cultural tourism activities are not seasonal activities in Oyo State. As handy, will you see any month, hardly will you see any month without hosting or celebration of at least 2 cultural tourism events. And in addition to hospitality nature of residents, visitors and tourists are drawn on a large quantity to the state on daily basis. What that one implies is that we are saying that we shouldn't make it seasonal. Why that we want to make it sustainable and whole year round? Yes. In Oyo State, when I came in as Commissioner for Information, Culture and Tourism, what we decided to do was that, okay, let's open our doors to people to see the cultural potentials and tourism potential that Oyo State is endowed of. And we succeeded in doing that. But when this Ministry of Culture and Tourism that decoupled, that His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde decoupled from Ministry of Information. We started about 2 years ago, not up to 2 years. But we have changed the narrative. We have changed the narrative. I will back all what I'm saying with data. We have changed all the narratives. How? We realize that, like I told you yesterday, when I started, that we have 3 key success indicators that will make tourism to thrive in any society, in any country. 1 is infrastructure, 2 is security, and the 3rd one is political will. That political will covers even the infrastructure. Because if the governor is not interested in tourism, he won't prepare solid foundation in the area of infrastructure. I said during the first time, we based our governance on roadmap for accelerated development, where we have health, education, security, and expansion of economy through infrastructure and agribusiness. When the chairman was talking the other time, he mentioned agribusiness tourism center at Fashola. You need, when you come next time, we will need to take 1 day and pick any of the tourism corridor that you yourself will see that what chairman said was true, nothing but the truth. So we based that, we used first time to do all those things that I mentioned. That is, linking Oyo zone, Ibadan zone to Okeogun zone through Mania, linking Oyo zone to Okeogun, because Ishen is more or less like center of Oyo State, and it's Okeogun. Linking Oyo zone to Okeogun through Oyo, Fashola, Ishen Road. And we also did one thing, is that we realized that there wasn't any link road that linked Ogbomoso to Okeogun. So we, His Excellency, decided to construct a road from Ogbomoso to Okeogun through Fakpote, Ogbomoso Fakpote, Isheyin Road, otherwise known as Alao Akala Highway. What that one implies is that if you want to come from Ibadan, from Mania, and you don't want to step or drive through any federal road to Ogbomoso, you would do, that is exactly what will happen. From Mania to Ishen, from Ishen to, and it will save you time and energy, because it's faster than Oyo, Ibadan, Oyo, Ogbomoso Road. So that's the infrastructure. And he also linked Ibarapa zone to Okeogun zone through Igangan Road. And the work is still ongoing. It's ongoing, and by special grace of God, the road will be commissioned this year. We succeeded in working on Ibadan zone to Ibarapa through Ibadan, Ido, Eruwa Road. So all these captured under Omituntun 1.0. That is roadmap for accelerated development. By the time we came back, he decided to build this second term on roadmap for sustainable development and maintain the first pillar, and instead of expanding the economy along with road, with infrastructure and agribusiness, he then included expanding the economy of Oyo State through tourism and solid mineral. So that is political will. Now, we now have all this. It will interest you that majority of your colleagues working in Lagos, by Thursday, they are on their way to Ibadan to come and enjoy their weekend. Ditto to those in Ogun, those in Osun, those to Ondo and Ekiti. In fact, we are having many guests from Osun, more than even Lagos. Do you know why? Since that incident happened, anybody wants to do anything in Oshogbo, Ife, will prefer go there in the morning or during the day and come back and sleep in Ibadan because of security situation. Oyo State is rated as one of the safest states in Nigeria. It is only here that we have not had an Oba being kidnapped. And it is only here that we have not seen prominent people. Not that we are not saying that it's perfect. Even in America, security in America is not perfect. But at least we have very relative peace in Oyo State. And any right-thinking investor will want to know where he or she wants to put his or her money. So you will want a conducive environment for your business to thrive. So if you want to introduce anybody to come and invest in Oyo State, they will want to know that how safe is that economy. So, and I want to say that Oyo State is enjoying that now. And the domestic tourism initiative, and that thing is really helping us. Domestic tourism initiative is being promoted by the current administration through organizing tours. We also organize tours every quarter, just to organize tour. We bring people, we place adverts on social media and traditional media. People register, and we take them to those corridors. And I was on radio live program last week. Somebody attested to that he was one of those people that went with us to Oyo corridor, where they were with Ibrahim Chata. So we are doing that regularly, just to make sure that it's not only during the festive period that they should do that. So you are all therefore enjoying to book a tour of our sites with the ministry to come, because it's when you book that we want you to come, see, enjoy, and come back and invest in Oyo State. I know by the time you are leaving Oyo State, you will not be the same again. Also, the state government adopt community involvement. We don't sit in Ibadan and be saying that Ado-Awaye should be managed from Ibadan. Presently, pending the time that we have real investor for Ado-Awaye, we have managers who manage all these for us from the community where that side is domiciled. So we have some selected sites that we are working on, but government cannot do it alone. I want to use this opportunity to call on you lawyers, and distinguished guests to Oyo State to come, please. You have seen it now. You have come and you have seen it. And you have seen how hospitable we are in Oyo State. And you can see how secure Oyo State is. We want you to now invite investors to Oyo State to come and invest. We have been enjoying that. You will see the data that I will reel out by the time when I get there. So Oyo State is enjoying unprecedented development and increase in all forms of tourism in Oyo State. Hence, the state is witnessing a monumental increase in the number of tourists and hospitality activities since the advent of current administration in May 2019, as reflected in the following tables. If your technical person can, since they cannot do all, I don't know if it is possible. Okay, let me quickly run through. I wanted to show you the table. Before 2019, or let me say 2019 when you came in, the total of hotels, nightclubs, event centers, eateries, restaurants, and tour agencies that we met on ground, the number was 1,328. The one we met on ground. As at December, I'm talking of December, not May. As at December 2024, the number of hospitality business that we have in Oyo State rose from 1,300 plus to 12,128, which constitute 813%. 813%. Now, the tourists that we are now having, compared to 2019, as in 2019 when we came in, the number of tourists that enter Oyo State per day was 1,604. As of December 2024, the number of tourists that we have on our record that enter Oyo State has risen from 1,600 to 18,459. With difference there is 16,800 plus, which constitutes 1,051%. So, number of tourists, for instance, let me give you number of tourists that used to go to Ado-Awaye, so that you will know what we are saying. Ado-Awaye used to have one per day. But today, no, one per month, sorry. But today, we are recording 653 tourists going to Ado-Awaye every month. That is after the road construction. And you will see that it is, we now have, you now ask, it's only tourist sites that make tourism? No. We have different categories. We have ecotourism, we have a central historical, we have educational tourism, we have adventure tourism, we have ecotourism, we have all sorts of tourism. And the one that has highest number of tourists is cultural tourism and event tourism. Cultural tourism attracts 4,000 to the state, and while event tourism attracts 5,104. So if you had the two, I mean the first one, 4,000, that 21%, the second one 27%. If you add the two, it will give you 48%. So all other tourism potential, categories like religious tourism, educational, and we can combine the two, events and cultural, and we can decide and take it to one particular tourist site and be able to do that every now and then. And that place will attract a lot of traffic, and it will also help us to have that all year round instead of having seasonal hype of tourism. We can now have every month. That is exactly what we are doing in Oyo State, to have the number increase from 1,000 plus to that over it increased from 1,300. So, sorry, the number of visitors, that's tourists that now come to your state, is 18,459. So instead of 1,604 that we met when we came. So what that one means is that we have devised that means. And once we realize that, we are now capitalizing on it. For instance, we decided that cultural aspect, people have decided, or let me say, they have embraced associating themselves with cultural festival in their community. And we now say, okay, let's catch on that. Those who come for festival, we can take them around that corridor so that they can appreciate the tourism potential in that corridor. For instance, we are having a Egungun festival. You will wonder, why Egungun festival? The way the country that came to Southwest to get Egungun from us is making billions of dollars on it, and that is Brazil. All the Egungun that Brazil is showcasing today, they got it from Nigeria. And are you now saying they don't have Christians in Brazil? Are you saying they don't have Muslims in Brazil? Why are we now blindfolded and say because of religion? Egungun performs two functions: spiritual and entertainment. We need in Oyo State, we decided that, okay, the spiritual, let's allow those custodians of Egungun, let them continue with that. But that entertainment of it, let's package it. And we tried it last year. Most companies ran away that they won't like to associate themselves with Ibadan Egunguns, where they use guns and cutlasses. But thank God everything went on fine. So when it went on fine, and we had unprecedented crowd, other states in the entire Southwest now say, Wasiu, báwo ló ṣe ṣe? Now, what we want to do now is to have World Egungun Festival, where we will take those Egungun from the street and let them come to a stadium. Let them perform 5 minutes. And that's exactly what we did. By this year, the number rose from 35-6 Egunguns to 150 Egunguns that cut across all the Southwest states. The contingent that is coming from Lagos alone, according to them, they are bringing 30 Egunguns, and they are coming with 5 luxurious buses. And we are having that at the Liberty Stadium on Thursday next week. In fact, I discussed with my chairman that if it is possible, you people just tarry a bit, or I want you to come back and see what we package. Apart from that, Republic of Benin is sending 15 Egunguns, 3 traditional rulers, and they are coming with 2 luxurious buses. And it will be chairman by our former governor, who also doubles at Otun Olubadan of Ibadan land, Kabiyesi Abroshid Adewolu Ladoja. And we have on our list close to 40 traditional rulers, obas, that are coming. What that one implies is that they are not looking at Egungun for 5, 6, 7 hours. We now bring certain things, other entertainment things, to thrill the crowd. Like ram lovers, they are coming, they are bringing their ram to enjoy, to thrill the crowd and make crowd to enjoy their sitting there. And another thing is we also use the associations. The associations that are registered now, very close to 100, and they are coming with different color attire in Asofi or Adire in different color. And we have arranged them to where they are going to sit, just to make it very, very colorful. There are many things that we are packaging in. We want to show the world that we, Africans, we are the custodian of culture. And when you are saying custodian of culture, we need to showcase it to the whole world. And that's the reason why we believe that Yoruba lo lasa. Apology to my people from the East. That is, East is now trying to overtake us, and we won't allow that. Because East is guiding their culture jealously. They don't allow religion to take away their culture. So, but what we want to do now is to write our own history about that Egungun festival, so that people will know that entertainment aspect of it should not be rubbish because of religion. So if you look at this, the capacity crowd, and we are now working in conjunction with the pensioners in Oyo State. They are mobilizing 5,000. We have associations that are mobilizing 1,000. We want that place to be filled to the brim. And when you now have that, that will be 25 to 30,000 capacity. Tell me, where are you going to have such throughout the year? So if we are able to do that, and in Oyo State, we also succeeded in having, Oga said it yesterday, Shango Festival. Shango Festival used to be community festival before. When I came in, with the support of His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde, we took it up and we started lobbying, working with UNESCO. By December 2023, UNESCO enlisted Shango Festival as World Intangible Heritage. The one we had last year, it was under UNESCO. So if we are able to now have 5, 6 of that in Oyo State, last year when these people are coming, we recorded about 300 or 400 whites who came to Oyo State, down to Oyo, and they were in Oyo community for 17 days during the program. See how much these people will spend and how it will help to expand their economy. We have many ways to expand our economy, to expand tourism. And I don't know, I'm sorry, I wouldn't know, me, Moroso, because I'm not a lawyer, I won't be able to talk much. But what I know is that, I want you to come to Oyo State, enjoy Oyo State, and not only you, investing in your state, bring other people to come and invest in your state. Thank you very much.
Nigeria yìí ti gbogbo wa ni.
Thank you very much.
Kò máa gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́, torí kò sí ibòmíràn tí a lè lọ. Àjò lè dàbí ilé, ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Gbé kémi gbé.
Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner. That was a very, very, very detailed elevator pitch. Because indeed, we all know now that Oyo State is the destination. It is the place to be. There is the infrastructure, there is security, and most importantly, there is the political will. Thank you so much, sir.
So what we're going to do next is to present an award to the Honorable Commissioner. And we'll be inviting Leonard Silk, Mr. Richard, Chief Richard Ayodele Aketundi, to help us with the presentation of the Bamofin of Ondo State.
Wọ́n ní wọn ọ̀mọ̀rọ̀ sọ. Wọ́n dẹ̀ hold wa spellbound for almost 1.5 hours. But sir, you have indeed spoken well. You have indeed showcased your state in a manner that is so practicable and believable. In fact, when you were speaking, I felt like leaving the space. Why? Because those roads that you mentioned, I have plied them on motorcycle and I have totally enjoyed. We find the road so sweet. Do you know the interesting thing about the road he mentioned? There are barricades prohibiting trucks and trailers from passing those roads. So it's just committee buses and taxis and cars and motorcycles that pass those roads. So you will enjoy them. So thank you so much for delivering your keynote speech and showcasing Oyo State as a tourist destination indeed. We also want to use this opportunity to thank our amiable governor. Omitutu 1.0 has gone. Omitutu 2.0, we can see it live. Please let us clap for him. And we continue to wish him well and continue to support all the initiatives to develop the state both economically and tourism-wise. Thank you so much for your keynote speech.
Madam Chairman, please join.
On behalf So on behalf of the MBA section on business law, particularly the Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee, I present to you this small award in appreciation of your keynote speech and also in appreciation for the support that you have given this committee in hosting this event. Thank you very much, sir.
A round of applause for the Leonard Silk and the Honorable Commissioner. Thank you very much, sir.
So very quickly, we'll be moving to the panel session of this retreat. I would like to call on Mrs. Enitorewani, who is the moderator for this session. Mrs. Enitorewani is the former chairperson of the Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Subcommittee of the MBA SBL, and she's a partner of Rook & Co. A round of applause as she comes up, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, let me first of all start with the protocol. Many thanks to His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde and his representative. I believe they've just left. Again, many thanks also to the Honorable Commissioner for Culture and Tourism. And also many thanks to the chairman of the Roundtable, Mr. Richard Ayodele, SAN. Thank you very much, Mr. Tunde Busari, SAN. Many thanks to Mr. Emeka Ozoani, SAN. And also I'd like to say very special thank you to our esteemed chairwoman of the section on business law, Ozofu Latunde Ogemuda. And thank you for representing her, Mrs. Tomilayo Uduyebo. Also many thanks to the MBA General, represented by Mr. Barnabas. Thank you very much to the Vice Chairperson of the Lagos branch, Esther Jimo. And also very many thanks to a group that I'm part of, the MBA Women's Forum, represented here by the Lagos State lead, Mrs. Yewande Deji Omotayo. Thank you. And we'd also like to say very many thanks to my sister, she's like a niece to me, Nena Fakoya Smith, who is the founder of Nene Uwa Hub Limited. And thank you very much for coming. Mr. Ajibola Ogunkeyede, you fit fly. I love that name. And online is another brother of mine, Mr. Obi Asika, who is the DG, the National Council for Arts and Culture. I would like our media to please project his photo on the screen so we can see him. Unfortunately, he's not able to be here in person. I'm going to attempt to read your bios really quickly. I may leave some things out because I know that time is of the essence. So I think I need to put on my glasses to be able to see it properly. Right, I will start with ladies first with Nena Fakoya Smith. She's popularly known as Ajala Nena, and she's a tourism promoter and visibility strategist. She's the founder of Nene Uwa Hub Limited, a tourism company that promotes tourist destinations in Africa and sustainable tourism businesses and organizations. A visibility strategist, she helps with small business owners build a visible and sustainable brand through her signature program called the Audience Builder Process. Nena was recognized as the top 30 tourism and hospitality influencers in Nigeria 2020 and Africa 2021, and top 30 women in tourism Nigeria 2022 by the Pine Awards Africa. She's also been Young Tourism Personality of the Year by the Nigerian Tourism Awards. In fact, the list is quite endless, you know, if I start reading her. She also has two TEDx talks under her belt, the TEDx Apapa and the TEDx Ajao Estate, which was featured on TED.com and YouTube. She hosts a tourism podcast called See the World with Ajala Nene. Really, the list is endless. She has a first degree in sociology from Covenant University and a postgraduate degree in community relations, Pan-Atlantic University. You know, she's married with children, and I think as a woman, I feel particularly proud that she's broken the ceiling as far as I'm concerned, such an early age. You're welcome, Nena. Okay, so I will go to my big brother, and I must say this really quickly. Tunde Busari SAN is a big brother of mine. He, my early days of practice at Babalaki and Co, he mentored me. He took me on as a younger sister, and I'm really thankful for that support, Tunde. Forever, my brother. His wife is my Omoiko sister, so we're family. Okay. So, Mr. Tunde Busari. Oh, I should leave that. Okay, it says as read. I'm sure we'll share it with you, but he's had an accomplished law career. He's distinguished himself, also when it comes to maritime law. He's also, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. And, I think he is one of the best that we have in Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Busari. Then I'll read Obi Asika's short bio. And honestly, 3 of the people on the panelists, they're people that I know personally and have become like family. But it wasn't planned. I didn't have anything to do with it. So it's just a coincidence. So Obi is the Director General of the National Council for Arts and Culture, and he has been a tireless advocate and key driver of the Nigerian creative industries for more than 3 decades. Obi Asika is the award-winning creative entrepreneur who built one of the most successful entertainment brands in Nigeria, Storm 360. He is also executive producer of FIFA Under-20 World Cup for those that love football, 1999. Big Brother Nigeria, The Apprentice Africa, Calabar Festival 2008, The Omniverse, and co-founded Social Media Week, one of the biggest media and technology conferences in Africa. It's massive. Obi has had some special appointments. He's served in government for quite a long time. He's served under 15 federal government committees across different administrations. He's also contributed to several creative sector boards, including Dark Communications, the Copyright Society of Nigeria. Obi has a legal background as well. We were in law school together. And Online Publishing Association of Nigeria. Obi is internationally renowned as a thought leader on African creative and cultural economy. Obi was appointed in 2014 to the advisory board of the Smithsonian Museum of African Art in Washington, D.C. I've been there. It's a super big deal. And he has delivered presentations at the London Business School, Harvard Business School, MIT, Wharton School of Business, Corporate Council in Africa, South by Southwest, and more. You're welcome, Obi. I still can't see you online. Thank you. And oh, good. Thank you, Obi. And today I got to meet YouFitFly. YouFitFly, and I told him that I particularly love that name, YouFitFly. And that is Mr. Ajibola Ogunkeyede. He's from Osun State, I believe he told me earlier. That he grew up in the north, because I said he looks like an Hausa man. But it appears he's now based in Ibadan. And so I'll just jump in and say he recently added to his record a Masters of Business Admin MBA from the prestigious, and people claim it's the best university in Nigeria. My husband went to Ife. So as far as I'm concerned, great Ife. But but this is the most prestigious university in Nigeria, got his MBA, and also another interesting aspect is that he holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Peace Studies and Conflict Resolution from the National Open University. And I think you're also an evangelist. So we thank God for that. He's a member of several professional associations and tourism and hospitality related associations. And like we said, he founded YouFitFly. Yes, so you're very welcome, sir. Thank you very much. So now we'll go into the questions. But before I go into... Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Can I invite you to the stage? I should have done that, Nena, please. Everyone, all 3 of you, thank you very much. Pick your choice. You can sit there. So I think maybe I will... Okay, I will sit. But I just wanted, before I start asking the questions, yes, I just wanted to say that I think one thing we all have in common here today is our love for Nigeria. I believe in the fact that Nigeria is a country that is worth celebrating, and that we have a rich, diverse diversity in terms of not just our language, our culture, And I think for me, that love for Nigeria and our culture started for me at a very early age. My mother comes from the Kosoko royal family. And I remember as a child of Lagos, I remember as a child, my mother would take us to her late aunt's house, to the family compound, when the Eyo, where they prepare the Eyo masquerades. They prepare from there and they leave from there. And I remember as a child, I was always very fascinated by just seeing the Eyo and all of that. So I've always had a natural interest and in culture, and I think all of us do. As I was preparing for this, I read an article, and I wanted, because it's a lawyers forum, we'll try not to make it too legal, but I felt that it would be nice to give some context to what we're discussing in terms of the legal aspect of it. And I read an article in This Day that it was Chuka Agbu SAN. Chuka Agbu was our first chairperson of the Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee. And basically he sort of like did like a review of the Nigerian Tourism Development Act, which was passed in 2022. And I just want to sort of like just do like a brief summary of what he said, and then going there. But the one person who is going to address that issue is the Leonard Silk. But I feel that for the rest of us, I think it's important we just have a brief overview. So basically, the act, unlike the previous one, basically it promotes tourism, but it's taken away the power that the previous act had, which was to regulate tourism. And with the new act, it's saying that there can be any joint venture partnerships between states. So the act now says it's okay encourages the states to have the federal government to have partnership with the states and other stakeholders to be able to develop the sector. And so in line with the provisions of the act, Section 18, they established a tourism development fund, and that fund was supposed to be applied to marketing and promoting tourism and hospitality in Nigeria. And the sources of the fund apparently were meant to come from intervention funds, contributions, loans, grants from the federal government, donations from states and local governments, and also private organizations and companies. And 30% of that fund is supposed to go into 3% of the tourism development. There's a tourism development levy. That's the interest of that is part of what you use to fund the tourism development fund. And apart from that, the government that act went ahead to create some kind of governance structure where you have a tourism development fund management board that manages the fund, and that fund is supposed to be warehoused at the central bank in accordance with the warehouse. You hear me? Right. So that fund is supposed to be responsible for the control, investment, and administration. That board, rather, is supposed to be responsible for the control and investment and administration of fund. So for me, personally, I think that's a welcome development and waiting for the Learned Silk. But what happened was that fund took into consideration, really, the Supreme Court decision that the Learned Silk was part of. Sorry, not that fund, the Act, the changes to the Act. So I think it's good for us to know that the federal government, it appears, are taking tourism quite seriously. I think they understand the need to ensure that there's proper collaboration between the states and the federal government in order to promote tourism and culture in Nigeria. So I'll go to the first question, and I will start with ladies first. So Nana, I know that you've always tried to promote tourism, and I know that one of your strengths is promoting tourism in Africa, and I know that also includes Nigeria, so I know there's a wealth of knowledge in that regard. And speaking to the topic, really, which is about repositioning Nigeria, tourism and hospitality sectors from seasonal high. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. It's better for me to sit down, yeah. Okay, so what is the role of media and technology in marketing modern day tourism, and how can both be harmonized to enhance the tourism experience?
All right, thank you very much for that question, ma'am, and thank you for everyone that's here. It's an honor. First and foremost, I have to mention that currently I'm doing my master's in media and communications at Pan Atlantic University. So some of the responses I will give will be based on the project I'm doing right now, which is on multi-channel digital marketing. Now, if I may ask, who here has actually seen something maybe on social media, online, that has inspired you to go to that destination? Okay, awesome. Now, the truth is that media is about storytelling. Then technology, which is digital marketing, is where you have the access to actually see those things. So it's very important that we actually merge media and technology, because at the end of the day, when we have the content creators, when we have the digital marketers, the tourism practitioners, and we, our legal practitioners who are here, who are working with us, when we have that alignment, we're able to share the right stories that will bring people to come to us. So you cannot exclude media and you can't exclude technology, especially in this time and day. But let me give you an example. We had Dirty December. A lot of people now, they enjoyed themselves. They came from the diaspora. Some came from abroad, came with their friends. And now people want to come to Nigeria because they saw the hype that happened on social media because of Dirty December. So there's no way we can actually not say merge, harmonize media and technology, especially in this time. Because media is very important for the storytelling, while the technology, digital marketing, social media is very important. Now with this project I'm doing on multi-channel digital marketing, the problem we are having here is that we're just trying to focus on one platform, just social media. What about websites? What about email marketing? What about other things like virtual reality? How can we bring those together to promote Nigeria to people outside so they can see more of what we have to offer? So for me, harmonizing both media and technology is very important to move the industry forward and also to promote Nigeria out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that answer. So basically what you're saying is there must be that harmonization. They have to work together. They can't stand alone if we truly want to showcase tourism and get the desired result. I'll go to the learner's circle. Okay. I'm not, like I said earlier, you were previously involved in the federal government, in the decision against the federal government. You represented the federal government against AG Lagos State in the Lagos hospitality matter, and the federal government found against you. The Supreme Court found against you at the time. And now we know that we have this Nigerian Tourism Development Authority Act 2022. So with regards to that act, which is now in place, would you consider it a step forward or a legislative setback for the country's tourism growth, particularly in terms of tourism laws and the ease of doing business in the hospitality and tourism sector?
Thank you very much. I thank the organizers for inviting me, and I commend this initiative. Before we can ascertain what progress we have made, we should ask ourselves what were the what exactly did what exactly was wrong with the NTDC Act of 1992 codified into 2004 laws of the Federation that gave birth to the 2022 enactment. And I will tell you again, let me start by saying there are some conflicts and contradictions in the 2022 enactment, which I will point out before I go into my conclusion that, of course, we have a lot of gains under the new dispensation that is under the 2022 enactment. Now, we all know how federalism works. Under the 1992 NCDC Act, what happened was that that legislation was promulgated as a decree under the military. And you know how the military works. Authority comes from above, and the states must comply. But with the advent of democracy, states started challenging the legitimacy of the federal government to legislate on tourism for the states. And your guess is as good as mine. It was Lagos State that that grabbed the bull by the horn. There are arguments at the Supreme Court, and I was privileged to have acted for the federal government in that case. Attorney General Lagos and Attorney General Federation, and Attorney General Federation and Attorney General Lagos. Lagos State argument was that tourism, tourist traffic is what you have under the exclusive legislative list. We all know the exclusive legislative list is the exclusive preserve of the federal government. The concurrent list is silent on tourism. That means tourism being silent under the exclusive list and the concurrent list goes to the residual list, which means the states have the prerogative to legislate over tourism. Our own argument was that in Ireland, tourist traffic was mentioned in their constitution, and they expanded it because the constitution also says if you look at the schedule, part 1 of the second schedule to the constitution, it says tourist traffic and any matter incidental or supplemental to any matter mentioned elsewhere in this list. We argued, unsuccessfully though, that tourist traffic by extension would incorporate tourism. However, by definition, tourist traffic means regulating movement of people. That means federal government has the preserve to issue visa to people that are moving around for tourism, to create enabling environments in terms of security. And the question that I remember the Supreme Court asked jokingly was that why should the federal government be interested in what Tantalizer is doing? Or why should the federal government be interested in what they are doing in Mr. Biggs? Or why should the federal government be interested in Premier Hotel, whether it is clean or whether it is not clean? That for all intents and purposes, tourism must come under the residual legislative list, and that is how come the states now have the preserve and the responsibility to legislate over tourism. So why do I say that the 2022 Act comes with a lot of contradictions? If you recall what the Supreme Court said, they said the provision of the NCDC Act, meaning the 2004 Act, particularly Section 4 and Section 7. Section 4 is that provision that says the NCDC will have the power to regulate, to register, to classify, and to grade hospitality and tourism enterprises. And they declared Sections 4 and Section 7 as null and void. But if you look at the new legislation, Section 30 of the 2022 Act is a rehash of what has been annulled. Section 5, Section 25C, Section 23C2, and 2E, Section 25, and Section 30 of the 2022 NCDA Act still says or still enables the federal government to, through their agency, to collect levies. Remember that this levy has been declared as null and void, and that the federal government through NCDA or through NTDC could not collect levy. Now when we are talking about the tourism funds, 3% of the tourism funds will come from levies from hotel. How will the levies from hotels come? 1% of room rate. But the Supreme Court has said since 2004 that it is the state that can collect levies from hotels. So when we are talking about the tourism, but what has the new legislation done? They now said we will supervise the classification, the registration, and the grading of hospitality enterprises. With respect to the drafters of the legislation, if the Supreme Court says you cannot do something directly, even to supervise it, you do not have the legitimacy to do it. So what then is the way out? I haven't pointed out all the contradictions that I think is embedded in the 2022 Act. What then is the good news about the NTDA Act? It has introduced a regime of cooperation, a regime of collaboration, and a regime of funding for hospitality enterprises. How has it done this? If you look at Section 5, cleverly the drafters have said that the NTDA can, with the states, in collaboration with the states, they can supervise tourism enterprises for quality assurance. That means the way out, like I said at my first appearance at the SBL Tourism Conference, is that there must be a regime of collaboration. It shouldn't be a thing of, we shouldn't take the position that it is the federal government or it is the state government that has the responsibility or it's the federal government. I think we must find a happy midway to making tourism thrive in Nigeria. Section 5 is a step in the right direction because it calls for collaboration between the NTDA and the states to supervise tourism and for quality assurance. It also says that there should be collaboration with other public, private, and international agencies. Section 24 of the NTDA Act says the NTDA may enter into joint venture partnerships with the states and other stakeholders to develop tourist sites. Section 18, Tourism Development Fund, warehoused with the CBN. Even though I've pointed out what I see as a flaw, but is a step in the right direction. If there is a fund that will be warehoused as the CBN, that will be made up of funds and allocations from the federal government and state governments and donors, then that is a good development. But there is a position there. These funds will only be available to members of the Tourism Alliance. Who are members of the Tourism Alliance? Those will be people who have submitted themselves for classification, for registration, and for assessment by the NTDA. So what NTDA has been deprived of by the Supreme Court, they are now saying that if you want to take a benefit of this fund, you have to be classified, you have to be registered, you have to be graded by the NTDA. When I looked through it, I smiled and I said, this is like a bait. So I think what NTDA is saying is that for uniformity, you must submit to us if you want to take a benefit of the NTDA funds. Secondly, the NTDA funds is made up, at least to the tune of 3%, of the levies from the hospitality enterprises and hotels, and the levy has been declared as null and void. It cannot be collected by the NTDA, it can only be collected by the states. Now, having said that, another good thing about this act is that it creates tour operating companies to market Nigeria. That is what we need. It also creates conventions and visitors bureau to promote Nigeria as a top destination. Now, if we go further, it has appointed compliance officers by virtue of Section 31. And in my view, compliance officers so appointed can only operate if the states agree for them to operate. Because by appointing compliance officers to come and inspect so that you can grade or rate the hotels, the Supreme Court has rested its position on that. It is only the states that can put up the mechanism for grading or classification or rating of hospitality enterprises. So the Act has also gone further to create an offense that if you do not allow the compliance officer to come in to supervise your premises, you will be punished. Coincidentally, my partner happened to be appointed as a receiver by the NTDC. In those days, before the Supreme Court made the pronouncement, what were we doing? We were collecting levies. They must open the hotel for us to come in. If you have not paid your annual levies, you can be sanctioned. But that has been laid to rest. As a compliance officer appointed by the NTDA, I do not know how, without the cooperation and submission of those hospitality enterprises, those compliance officers can do what they are expected to do. So I come up with what I think could be the solution, because there must be a compelling partnership between the federal government through the NTDA and all the states. The federal government through the NTDA can act as a clearing house. Whatever it is, the best person that can collate data in terms of tourism is the federal government, not the states. As eloquently as the Honorable Commissioner has spoken about what we have in Oyo State, it is limited to Oyo State. The only person that can compare what obtains in Cross River State, in Akwa Ibom State, in Jigawa State, and come to a global picture of what tourism in Nigeria is the federal government. So we need the federal government, by all means, to be a clearinghouse, to create an enabling environment for tourism to thrive, and to ensure that there is healthy collaboration, not only between states, but between all the stakeholders. And the good thing that the NCDA legislation has done now is that they have co-opted even the CBN as a stakeholder. They have co-opted all the states as a contributory or contributors to the tourism fund. So if you are making funds and your funds are coming directly and going into federation accounts, one unit account, the way to spend it must be also by the Committee of States. So whether the states like it or not, to take a benefit of the tourism fund that they have committed to, you must submit yourselves to the NTDA for classification, for registration, for grading, so that you can be a member of the Tourism Alliance. Otherwise, you cannot take any benefit of that tourism fund. I'm sorry if I'm the one pointing it out for the first time, but those are the holes that I see, and I think is a very, very good bait by which the states can cooperate with the NCDA. Capacity building at all levels. Both states and the federal government and the NCDA must work very well to make sure that there is capacity building. Oversee the Tourism Development Fund. Like I said, the states and the national, the federal, must oversee the spending of the use to which the fund will be put. NTDA can enter into joint venture, and I'm sure you will recall that even if a state wants to take a borrowing, foreign borrowing, there must be an approval given at some level at the federal level. So if you intend to raise foreign funds for tourism, you have to be in the good books of the federal so that they will support that position. And again, if we want harmonization in our tourism, for instance, you don't want to grow alone and there is nothing unique in development if it cannot be replicated in another state. So I think the federal government can even give a blueprint that will aid and assist the funding and infrastructural support for the tourism for the states. I've mentioned Tourism Alliance, and I think that is a good innovation if properly channeled. Lastly, what some scholars are saying is that tourism can come as, if it can come as under the exclusive legislative list, why not have it under the concurrent legislative list? And my view on that is that I don't know what the federal government, I'm not sure that the federal government can run tourist enterprise properly, directly, and as closely monitored as it should be. Tourism is not something that we just wake up and say, we open a tourist attraction center. Since we were children, Olumorok has been there and is proven to be a very good tourist attraction. But how much of addition or growth or development has been done to it? In our time, Obudukatu Ranch was introduced. When we went there, we saw it as a technological wonder. We saw it as something different. You will go up and you'll be looking at the clouds beneath you. Anytime you are in Obudu, at any point in time, the temperature was 14 degrees, and at night it will become 8 degrees. Obudukatu Ranch, where is it today? There must be sincerity of purpose, not only in words of mouth. We can't come to fora like this and judge on tourism. If there is no sincerity of purpose, there is no way he can try. Close to UI, I recall we had an amusement park. I don't know the state in which the amusement park is, but I've not had much of it. When we were growing up, we used to hear the sound of the lion in UI, in the UI Zoo. I can't remember how much of maintenance has been done or addition to it. There must be serious determination to make tourism work. You cannot blame a lot of people, because if I've been to as monstrous and as attractive as the Disney World is, if you've been there once, what are you going to do there again? Unless if you say, I took my children, okay, I'm going to take my grandchildren. That means you can be there twice in your lifetime. If I've been into the zoo in UI once, where is the incentive to go there again a second time? Am I going to see, is the hyena that is there going to change? Or the shape of the lion? The shape of the lion is not about to change. So tourism by its nature is something that it could serve a very good academic purpose or educational purpose. I've been on the Chinese wall once. What am I going to do there again? I've gone to the Eiffel Towers once. What am I going to do there again? But unfortunately, the authority of the Eiffel Towers, as we are speaking, they are spending millions of dollars to keep it there. Yeah. So tourism enterprise is a very serious enterprise. The people that are maintaining the Chinese wall, they are still maintaining it as we speak. Meanwhile, I've been there only once. Why do I need to go a second time? So the same will apply to all these tourist centers. As much as the Honorable Commissioner has spoken about the suspended lake, I want to see it. I'm going to see it. But will I go there a second time after I've seen it once? But the Honorable Commissioner will continue to budget for it. So you don't see tourist centers as strictly short-term projects that will bring all the money you spent in 1 year. It could take a lifetime for it to be profitable. I'll pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Leonard Silk. Actually, you more or less reviewed the NTDA for us, and the perspectives that you raised are really interesting and worthy of note. It seems like it's even begging for a review, a formal review of the NTDA Act. But thank you very much, and also for the perspective about the fact that really tourism, it's not even a lifetime, it's forever and ever. If you know, a lot of the top sites in the world, as we all know, they've been there forever, and there are people who keep on preserving them, putting policies in place that would ensure that they remain attractive, and for people to come and see, and understand the history. I'm just going to break it slightly now. We've got Mr. Obi Asika online. Unfortunately, his time is very limited. So we've got 3 questions for him. But I'm going to ask all 3, one after the other. So, Mr. Asika, we know that you've done phenomenal work in the music industry. We can't talk about the history of the music industry without putting you at the forefront. I mean, with what you did with Storm 360, which is an indigenous record label, a lot of your top entertainers in Nigeria came under your record label. And I know that when you, the federal government made you the DG, one of the things you posted on LinkedIn was that your target was to provide leadership and drive collaboration within that community. And I believe that that's what you're doing now. And so the first question would be, what role do arts and culture play in shaping Nigeria's tourism industry, and are there existing institutional frameworks effectively harmonizing our cultural heritage with the overall tourism experience? Did you get the question? Would you like me to repeat the question again? We can't hear you. Can our media help us with the sound? We still can't hear you. I think there's a problem with the media.
No, they just seem to be on mute.
Okay. Okay, apparently it's for you.
Thank you. Great.
Okay, we can hear you now, I think.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, can we lower the volume?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it's a bit loud. Media, can we lower the volume slightly, please? Okay, you can try again.
Let me know when it's...
Yes, it's better.
Better? Okay, well, I think the first things, first of all, thank you for having me on the event, and let me apologize again for not being there physically. I was listening to the commissioner with interest. I was actually at the Shango Festival in Oyo with the Honorable Minister last year, and I saw the Portuguese lady, I saw the cultural ambassadors, and one of the interesting things I should say, and it speaks to specifically what he was talking about in terms of religion and how we have allowed some of these foreign religions to diminish our own essence. The Shango Festival was almost satisfied by UNESCO in Brazil, in Bahia, and I think through the efforts of the cultural ambassador of the Laughing of Oyo, it was stopped because Shango is worshipped in 41 countries, and she was able to show that the source country is Oyo, or your town, not just the country, Nigeria, but Oyo is the source, and the Laughing of Oyo is directly linked to the mythology behind Shango. So I think that's very, very important, and what they're doing there is also important. So I want to commend them on that. In terms of arts and culture and its linkage to tourism, I think the fundamental truth is that arts and culture is the foundation, because the arts and culture gives you your tangible heritage and your intangible heritage. Your tangible heritage would be your monuments, your locations, your destinations, your culture. Your intangible heritage is around music, dance, film, festivals, masquerades, all that sort of content. And what you'll find is that Nigeria is amongst possibly maybe just India might be a country that is as diverse as Nigeria. Nigeria is incredibly diverse with an incredibly wide range of cultural attractions and expressions. So I think that what we are seeing happen is the transition to the arts and culture and the creative economy, which provides the economic frameworks for you to now be able to really get into your tourism in terms of the output. Now, I think as the Learned Silk was just saying, sincerity and investment is key. Part of the problem we see, but I was very, very happy to hear the commissioner again because clearly he's a professional and an expert. But some of the times, at the state government level, I was at the Nigerian Governors Forum on Wednesday, specifically talking to them about the business case for this sector. And I see the sector as a connected sector. So yes, NTDA is the key agency for tourism. I lead the driving agency for culture, creative economy, arts, and everything else. But the truth of the matter is, it's all about collaboration. That's the secret sauce. And I think the other thing to really mention here is about storytelling. Because you can have all the assets in the world, but if you don't invest in storytelling, if you don't tell the story, you will not get the benefit of what you have. And that, to me, is the single biggest thing that Nigeria needs to invest in terms of all of the different things that are hidden assets that are sitting all over Nigeria, in every single part of Nigeria. So I hope you could hear me, and I answered the first part of the question. I should pause there and wait for the rest.
Thank you very much, Obi. I actually quite like what you said about the storytelling aspect. I strongly feel that it's important that these stories are constantly being told, and more so by our own people. I think what you have that translates abroad is that they're constantly sharing their stories and literally repeating it, just like the way Coca-Cola is in your face all the time, and they're advertising Coca-Cola every minute, and every corner of the world, everybody knows Coca-Cola. That's how much they tell their story. I'll go to the next question for you, which is government bureaucracy is often seen as a barrier to unlocking Nigeria's tourism potential. In your view, is there a solution in sight, and what practical steps can be taken to overcome this challenge? I'm not sure we still have...
Yeah, I think,
Okay, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm hearing everything you're saying. The thing is this, is bureaucracy is a real thing. And I think what we're trying to do, we're doing a lot of work with private sector partners to try to accelerate everything that can happen. I can give you an example that in terms of the policy side, I know that the minister has already held significant policy review sessions on the tourism side. There was actually a national tourism summit that held this week on Thursday, which was at a beach resort called Coco. I think you're going to see a lot of action on this. The cultural policy of Nigeria has been sort of hanging since 2008. I believe I can confirm that before the summer is out, it will be live. It will have gone through FEC approval. So will the creative economy policy. And perhaps the most important thing, which the lawyers should be aware of, is that there's an IP policy coming that will enable collateralization of IP for funders, for storytellers, catalog owners, and content owners. So for me, yes, there is bureaucracy, but we can be nimble, we can be agile, and we have already pushed out a lot of policy and a lot of new platforms to enable people to move. The fundamental thing that we're looking at, I think, is, from my perspective of the council, we look at policies which have been put in place, fine, but then we're trying to put together platforms that can drive the policy, okay? Because I think in this age, especially when Nene was talking about the nexus between media and technology, I would say from the council, we've been working on a platform called Niger Season, which is basically a digital interactive platform and calendar to aggregate all that is happening in Nigeria, every single state, all the festivals, all the events, all the arts events, all the music events, the entertainment events, the Nollywood stuff, arts and crafts, fashion, because actually the sector itself is 49 economic sectors, so the enormous power that sits in this sector just needs to be unlocked, but it needs to be unlocked because of investment. The states have to invest at the subnational level, the federal government has to invest at the federal level, and then you have to have clear policy which enables people to see how they can unlock the revenues. So I think we've done the first part, we're in the second part. We have actually pushed out the Creative Economy Development Fund, which went live on April 28th in terms of RFPs, and will close on May 30th. So if you're not aware of that, please check it out. If you're a practitioner, you need to be involved in this, because that's a $200 million kickoff one from HybridSync. And one of the things I would say is this, though, is that a lot of times, because we're used to certain things and how things have been, we can get stuck in that position. Whereas what I would say right now is, please engage. If you have any questions or any fears, let us know. In terms of the national agenda, I firmly believe that the national agenda is really actually a sub-national agenda, because when you look at the federal government, and we talk about a $100 billion target for the sector as a combined sector, it's not going to come from federal government, it's going to come from the sub-nationals at the state level. So that means that they're the ones that are the primary, because they own the assets, they own the festivals. What needs to happen at that level is better branding, uplifting the festivals in terms of better production, better storytelling, delivering products and merchandise. We need to really productivize our economy so that you have products. The Shango Festival, I've been talking about Shango for at least 20 years, and I'll just leave you with this. I always talk about what's the difference between Shango and Thor. And Nigerians will say, it's packaging. I said, no, it's not. Shango's been left, and he's almost broke somewhere outside Lagos in Oyo. Thor is approaching 50 billion pounds, and Thor is actually the junior cousin of Shango. And we'll be sitting here, and Thor and Shango will appear in a Marvel franchise, and people will start saying it's appropriation. But we did not engage him, we did not bring him to life, we did not bring his product out, so therefore you cannot complain. So please, let us invest into our stories, our assets, the stuff sitting around you, the adware, the food, the fashion, the music. That is the richest thing Nigeria has, because it's the creation of the Nigerians. The Nigerians themselves are the biggest asset the country has, and the products that they create, the IP that they use and bring out, is also, that expression is the biggest asset. That's our soft power. So that is my message, and that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Obi. If I may just add that, because you mentioned platforms, and I feel that I think that needs to be a bit more marketing of those platforms so people would know what the sectors, what you're doing within your...
We haven't even started marketing. But what I will say is this, is that watch out for Nigeria Everywhere, which is the Nigeria soft power brand, which has now been approved by FEC. But of course, one of the things you're looking for is the resources to push through. The investment opportunities are in the platforms. The platforms that we're bringing are all partnered with the private sector. And what we're looking to do is we will not go live with them in terms of marketing them to the community until they're ready. But the thing about it is a bit like somebody mentioned, Dirty December. We have a lot of things coming. We've been doing a lot of work. And I think that as they begin to roll out, then it will begin to make sense and everybody can see how they can key in and how they can fit in. But the key thing is the Creative Economy Development Fund, CEDF, I think it's cedfnigeria.com. Check it out yourself. Please let us make sure that people in your state are aware of the fund, are aware of the opportunity, that all the sectors from fashion to fabric, from production lots to studios to recreation lounges to nightclubs to hotels, museums and galleries, all of these types of businesses are the types of businesses and the types of sectors. In Hollywood, obviously, recording studios. But get your business case, get your business plan, get somebody to advise you how to put together your documentation so that you will not be disappointed. It's not a grant, it's a loan, and I think that hopefully will help some people to at least be able to engage the process. And if they need any more information, we're happy to share that to the conference organizers, and they can share it to all the people that they're dealing with.
Thank you very much. I think it's such a great initiative, this Creative Economy Development Fund. Thank you. So I'll go to the third question. How can we maximize private sector investment in Nigeria's culture and tourism sectors? And what key opportunities exist for investors, particularly in terms of returns and long-term value?
I should almost ask how much time do you have? I don't want to give a full speech from the pulpit, so to speak. But what I would say is this: is that it's the same thing we're trying to do in the Nigerian Governors Forum, to move people away from thinking of the sector as a place where it's just like, oh, they sing and dance and it's entertainment. Understanding that this is serious business, this is serious revenue. If you look at the fact that in 2024, just on Spotify, Nigerian musicians were paid 58 billion naira, and Nigerian music is on 200 platforms. So just to give you, you can do your extrapolations. Now that's just on the digital streaming side. I didn't talk about live touring. I didn't talk about endorsements. I didn't talk about licensing. I didn't talk about publishing. So the Nigerian music industry domestically might be at about $250 million. And there's a roadmap. We've put together a business case for the sector. My council owns the music industry, and we will be launching in next month or so the National Music Business Council, the National Music Strategy, and the roadmap to how we move from that $250 million we're seeing today to about $1 billion in the next 3 years. Now, the key thing is this: the biggest opportunity Nigeria has is actually in Nigeria, because we need to connect our disconnected markets. Somebody was talking about roads and security earlier. So yes, you know that you have to sort out security, you have to sort out connections, but don't forget you have the base. We've got 36 or so airports. You have hundreds of thousands of kilometers of roads. You have all these 14 major towns. There's more than 37 state capitals. So if you add states like Anambra that have Nnewi as well, Umuahia and Abia, so there's some states that have 2 or 3 major towns. So maybe you have 50 to 60 major towns in Nigeria. With the base that we have, and I looked at some numbers. Last year I was with the Spanish ambassador, and we were talking. He said something very interesting to me. He said, Obi, you know that we may not be France or Germany, we're not a military industrial power, but we have soft power, we've understood tourism. I was like, yes, of course. And it goes, that's why last year we had 73 million tourists. And I was speechless. I was like, 73 million tourists. You have to think about the logistics behind that. You have to think about the hotels behind that. You have to think about the arrivals and the destination and the brand marketing behind that. You have to think about they have a place called Ibiza, which is literally a country that just lives on 24/7 nightclubs. So I think Nigerian cities and towns and state capitals begin to think about things like entertainment districts, recreation, the 24/7 economy of nightlife, the festivals. All these festivals, we have well over 600 national festivals in Nigeria. And if you understand that many of these festivals can be billion-dollar properties, because what you need to do to make a festival world-class is produce it, not just show it, right? We've been doing coverage, not production. When you produce an asset and turn it to a particular level, then the experience of the consumer comes on board. You have products and merchandise you're selling. That is how it becomes extremely valuable. And if you see some of the Yoruba heritage festivals in Brazil, they spend 10, 20, $30 million producing these things. The economic impact will be $100, $150 million. So there's a direct connection between the investment in IP that you can build of your own, domestic IP. Watch out for opportunities in the Nigerian cuisine. I think Nigerian food is going to be absolutely massive globally, and it's been happening organically. Nigerian music is still growing, it's still starting. The comedy side, on the creator economy, last year alone on YouTube, you had 10 billion views of Nigerian content, 30 billion streams on Spotify. So what we are seeing is that Nigerian content and Nigerian influence is reaching 2 to 3 billion people in terms of social and digital. But what we want to see happen is how do we move the soft power, the influence we have, to industry, which is the business, and that's the question you're asking. Now there's a way for that to happen, and that's why we took a business case, and we're taking a business case that we're actually submitting Monday to the Nigerian Governors Forum, because what we've understood and what we see is that if we can convince the state governments to act on this sector, we believe every state in Nigeria can easily be doing $1 billion a year in terms of its own state, in terms of its own assets, in terms of its own revenue. And if you look at that, now you suddenly see the roadmap to $100 billion is not so far-fetched, because we have 200 million plus people in Nigeria. The average age is 17. The upside is incredible. We just need to move in a cohesive manner. And unfortunately, I don't have the time to roll out all the strategies, but I'm happy to sit down anytime.
Thank you very much. I mean, you've confirmed the fact that thank you. That we are sitting on a gold mine, if only we would take advantage of the richness of our culture and our diversity. Thank you very much indeed. I know time is of the essence for you, so if anybody has questions, please, you can write them down. We're happy to share the questions with him so we can release it. Thank you very much for your excellent perspective. Thank you. So,
thanks a lot. Take care.
And you too. Thank you. So I'll go to Evangelist Ajibola Shinokedi. I know that you run a full service travel company, and you take care of all the aspects from the vacation to the hotels to transportation, everything. So you run a successful one at that. So the first question will be: your company organizes numerous travel and tourism visits to various countries. In your experience, what key factors make certain countries consistent and attractive destinations for tourists? What stands them out?
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, let me appreciate the organizers of this wonderful Roundtable workshop or conference. I also appreciate every gestures that have been given to me. The sister really followed up until I canceled my
I think you need to raise your mic a bit more.
Okay.
Thank you.
The chair lady really followed up on me until I canceled my trip to Israel today. I ought to have been in Israel, but I have to cancel my trip. Thank you. All right, our topic says here, repositioning Nigerian tourism and hospitality sector. A topic that speaks to both our national identity and our untapped economic potentials. Well, firstly, let me just highlight one or two points before I go straight to the answer to the question asked. Nigeria is a country of breathtaking landscapes, diverse culture, rich history, and vibrant cities. But as the average tourist abroad, are we barely making their list to visit us? No. Number one, I say Nigerian tourism sector leadership, numbers of them are jesters. Wonderful uncle Edmond Tunde, the son, mentioned something. I picked some points. A lot of money has been budgeted toward the growth and the expansion of this commission. But alas, everything went down road. During the Buhari regime, tourism cannot thrive without aviation. It is impossible. We realized that they launched Nigeria here. An amount was marked for that, millions of naira. We cannot hear anything again. Billions of naira were projected for aircraft, nothing again. That shows all those funds that have been expended, there is no account for it. We are just jester. On the social media, you find, thank God recently we find out that the JAMB has exposed our youth. Shows fully well that there's a problem coming in the next few years. The youth now are busy on TikTok, busy with irrelevant things, and if care is not taken, we're going to be breeding on serious elements of leaders tomorrow. And this is the same country, you want the tourism sector to grow, you want to reposition the hospitality industry to grow, we are a jester. Well, going back to the question, I put one or two information since I have the question sent to me. What are the key factors that makes some countries attractive, that people visited them consistently and they make attracting to tourists? To God be the glory, a decade and some years, I get engaged in tourism and hospitality sector. And the growth has been exponential for quite some years now. But are we going to say that the starting has not been challenging? Very, very. And that's what the federal government has been shying away for. I also want to borrow some of the points the NALESIC mentioned. Tourism requires adequate and consistent funding. You cannot just fund it on Monday and sleep on Tuesday. You keep funding. And he also mentioned a point. Do you want people to come back again? Say the Eiffel Tower in France, you want to go back again and go back again. Because some things have been put to place. And at the time you went, and this newest time, of course, you will have seen one or two things to have make you visit the place again. One of my leading strong end, which happened to be the pilgrimage, the Christian, which is the Jordan, the Israel, the Egypt, and also Ethiopia, Turkey inclusive, where we have thousands of Nigerians go for lesser Hajj, for the Hajj factor, for the Muslim people, then the Christian going for pilgrimage in Jordan, in Israel. I can tell you to the fact that any country that there is no 24-hour transaction, the economic is as useless. Nothing will happen. Any country that there is no result of 24 hours activities, forget about it. It cannot work. The growth is still going to be diminished. And that's the first thing you need to note. In Jordan, they work 24/7. The taxis and the likes of them. The access to internet at every places. Shops are open. Recreation centers. These attract tourists. And even apart from the attractive sites that we do go. In Israel, we have numbers of places to visit. Of course, Israel is known to be the dominance of Jesus Christ, who is the leader of the Christian entity over 2,000 years to date. We have numbers of places, the Jerusalem Wall, the Bethlehem, the Dome Rock, Tel Aviv, and the likes of them. One of our other areas that draw people's attention to Israel, not only religious alone, medical tourism. Over 40 years before I was born, I used to have it in the history that UCH, people from Saudi Arabia, from different parts of the world, visited UCH for medical tourism. Alas, same UCH now become flicks in the news, cannot afford to pay for electricity bill that the governor has to rescue them. Can any thinking person who has ailment in Ghana come to an hospital that doesn't have 24 hours electricity? Not possible. That alone we have damaged the medical tourism. And if I continue to count, I will lose count. But thank God for the invention of one of the leaders in the Bar Association, Baba Afe Babalola. I've not visited his facility at Ekiti, but the news at my beck and say is a world-class renowned hospital have been built in that place. I expect that you should have to appreciate him for that. If Baba as a lawyer can do that, thinking out of box, of course, and I know that what Baba needs now is a functioning airport, a very good road from Ibadan to Ekiti, from Lagos to Ekiti, that before a sick person flying that place, we know that helicopter in Canada alone and many other Western world I don't want to mention, a pregnant woman that they know that maybe labor, they will use a helicopter to take such a person from there to another point. And seamless transportation, but alas, we are still trying. I just want to believe that this message will go to our president, just like the NALESIC has mentioned, that the states and the federal government have work to do. The state alone cannot do it alone. except with the backing of the federal government. Like the usage now, more or less that the federal government has abandoned it. I'm so sorry, by the information at my disposal. It was just the governor that did the rescue. Now, talking forward, I put some points here that can really help Nigeria to be attractive. Number one, strong destination branding. In the world where our youth keep saying that Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that, which I'm part of, nobody will be interested in visiting us. In the world Nigeria where 70% of us sitting here, we want to have dual passports. Is that not? How can we promote Nigeria? Everybody wants to go out, not only on Jakpa, but let me have a seconita. It cannot work. Reposition Nigeria, we are just joking. Public-private partnership and zones to establish tourism development zones with tax break, facilitate joint ventures with global hotel chains, year-round event calendar, schedule macro events monthly. Well, I want to also commend the state governor in the person of engineer Seyi Makinde, who is ably represented by the Commissioner of Tourism and Culture. Of course, engineer Seyi Makinde started quite a little bit late. One of the things that have helped Lagos State, it was because Asiwaju, who is the president of the nation, has a roadmap of 25 to 30 years for Lagos in the infrastructure growth, economical, even the political stance. Lagos State have maintained the same political party for over going to 2 decades now. Now, there is a blueprint on ground. Every emerging governors will always follow. One of the guys, I'm so sorry using that word, who spent 4 years, deviate. One of the reasons why he was removed. You cannot deviate from the blueprint that is on ground, and you say you want to do your own wish. No. As much as it's good, there's a blueprint. One of the things that make Lagos attractive to tourists and the rest of the world is because there are infrastructure improvement every now and then. The railway system, the red and blue that is operating today, was firstly started by Barrister Fashola. And today, after many years, maybe 12 years later, Sanwo-Olu now commissioned it. This is a consistent government. That is how it can work. We must shy away from political jamboree, where what engineer Seyi Makinde started now, we pray, I'm not a card carrier of any party, that we have same people occupy the office by the time he is leaving, follow through. Tourism development or repositioning cannot happen within 4 or 5 years. It's decades of years that this can emerge. And I want to really put this straight, and I know it can go to the media, that if we are really serious about taking action, not just end it here, everybody must be part of the change agent. Finally, digital storytelling and influencers. We have seen today that most of the thing our influencers are doing is to personalize themselves and sell themselves. Nobody is interested in selling Nigeria. When you want to mention God bless Nigeria, you see people ignore it as if Nigeria has not done anything good to them. And this has to change. And the change has to start from this room. That is, let's start selling Nigerian rights. The people living abroad, the diaspora who are Nigerians, will realize that they are the one that causes more of chaotic issues. Spreading fake news and making the neighbors thinking, is that your country? Is that your country? No, because even themselves, they have vowed that they cannot go back to their origin again. And this is making scary. How you tell that to your neighbor from another national, and you think that the person will be interested? That storytelling, the same neighbor will share to the grandchildren and grandchildren. There is a country that you should not visit. So we need to have a good storytelling about Nigeria, and of course, do a proper PR. And the infrastructure that has been mentioned by the speakers, without no infrastructure, nobody will be interested in coming. Accessibility, improvement in our tourist sites, maintenance culture. It's a broadening kind of work for us to do, but we can start now. That's why I have to commend the state governor who have started something now. I pray and I hope it continue in that capacity, and not about the governor himself. Nalesik mentioned something. The commissioner for tourism is here. Money budgeted. Are we using it rightly to improve our sector? If that sector grows, we've seen in a Europe country, in America, now Saudi Arabia has to change their law that have not been changed for over centuries of years. Women cannot drive because they want to drive tourism.
Exactly.
Now they want to host several number of people, changing everything, because oil will dry, but tourism will remain.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very robust response. You know, I picked out many things, but two things stood out for me. You asked that how many of us here are looking to dual citizenship? And honestly, that question really hit me. Because if you ask that question in the UK, in America, and any of the developed countries, they're not interested in somebody else's passport. They're proudly British, they're proudly American, they're proudly, you know, French. They're just not interested. But in Nigeria, everybody, in my own family, my husband is a British citizen. My children have triple citizenship. But I'm the only one who's proudly Nigerian. And some people look at me and they say, you mean all these years you've been married, you didn't think you should take up, I could easily have taken up British citizenship by staying there for some time while my children were in boarding school and all of that. I said, no, but I'm Nigerian, I'm okay, I'm fine. I'm not saying that those who have decided to take a second citizenship, I'm better than them. I'm just saying it's a personal choice for me. So that question got to me. The other thing that you said that I couldn't agree more with is about that same storytelling thing. You know, that same storytelling thing. Nigerians are constantly always pulling us down, negative. In fact, when I talk about tourism, the first thing that people say, they don't have food to eat, you're talking about tourism. You're talking about it's not safe. And I'm thinking, you'll be surprised the benefit for all of us. And I'll quickly use an example before I go to the next question. I always use this example all the time. There's something called The Experience. It's by House on the Rock. It's a Christian, I've attended at least out of the 19th, I think this year. I probably have attended like 14 or 15. But consistently, my office is nearby, and they do it at TBS. And that is the heart of Lagos. Very near TBS, you've got a drug-infested type of jungle right beside it, where you just know there are all manners of people. Those who go to the High Court there, they would know what I mean. But what they did, they had a template. What they did, they said, you know, we're going to engage these people. We're going to make them buy into what we're doing. So what they did, you know what, this is your event. We don't want any fights. We don't want any issue. They made them good boys and girls, gave them uniform, paid them for it, because a lot of people support that experience financially. And honestly, to the best of my knowledge, and I pray it continues, there hasn't been any news of any fatality. People, some of my staff attend, they're not always in the different sections, VIP, blah, blah, blah. But honestly, I know it's religious, and people say when it's religious, there's a different kind of mindset. But my point is, they all realize the value attached to this. You have different vendors selling their foods. You have transporters bringing people there. The value chain is enormous. And every year, it's religious tourism. It's religious tourism. It has become something that people look forward to. And I hear religious tourism is one of our biggest earners. Those that come, I can speak in terms of the Christian faith, those that come for camp, those that come for Shiloh and all of that. Apparently, lots of them fly in or even domestically. And there's a lot of income attached to this and value. So I just thought I'd raise that. But going to the next round of questions, we're going to try and keep our time pretty tight. We appreciate the explanations and the detail, but I know some people are probably feeling hungry and we still have a few questions. So I'll go back to Nena. What are some of the key challenges media players face in promoting tourism? How can they be effectively addressed? The key challenges.
Okay, I like that question because in my project, I asked the people I'm interviewing, what are the problems we're having? And I think both my guys here and Mr. Asika have mentioned it, funding. This tourism funding thing, sir, that you talked about, I never see them all. Which one? Tourism Act? The Tourism Act with the tourism funding. I'm like, I remember during COVID, I had like a roundtable with some young tourism professionals, and we were like, hey, other countries are dashing people money in the tourism space. Where is our own? I remember attending the F10 meeting, and it showed there was 112-something billion. I didn't see it. The only thing I got was palliative, which by then was already spoiled. And I'm like, where is this funding? If you want to encourage we young people to be in the industry, we need money. So if you really want these young people we keep talking about to keep promoting Nigeria positively, let me use my language, we need the money. So that's number one, funding. It's inconsistent or it doesn't even exist. Then another thing we are looking is at access to some of these destinations that we have in Nigeria. There's so many places I did my project, my BSc in tourism development, and I found out that every state doesn't have just one. Not two, not three tourist destinations. Why are we not promoting them? And one of them is access to those places. Because sometimes even the community members don't know the value of these places that they have. That's why I like when you talked about what's happening in the experience. There's collaboration with the community members. We're showing them this is the value of what we have. The government needs to do that so that these accesses to these tourism places, we can go there and show them to the world. There's so many other problems, but I think those two are the main things that I think we could do. And I think the solution to this is that we need a media tourism partnership with the government, with the digital marketers, with the content creators. When we come and there's that collaborative thing we're all saying, there's no collaboration, I'm sorry. In the industry, I think we all work in silos. I love that Oga just shared about the data that we have. I'm doing my project, I can't find any data on tourism. I go to NBA. Now, what's this statistics level? National Statistics Bureau, and I'm not seeing any data. What I do not see, even that website was down.
I just finished a project. There's the data, you can get it from the CBN.
Where?
From the CBN.
CBN.
Yeah. 34 years I did a project, just concluded.
I did not see it, sir. That's the problem. When there's no data, how can we show people the importance of what we're doing? Oga here just showed us data. As he was sharing the data, my head was just busting. And I saw this data here. Without data, people will not know the importance of what you are doing. So that's another thing. If we have this media partnership with the tourism leaders, with the tourism practitioners, it's going to help us do what we need to do. Then when that funding comes in, trust me, these younger ones, they will push it out there to the point where you'll be seeing people flocking in. 30 December is enough as an example. We saw how people were flocking in. I have friends who said they're coming with their friends next time because we're seeing things on social media like, so this is happening in Nigeria, especially here in Lagos. So I think for me, having that partnership, work with the people, collaborate, collaboration. And that's the main thing for me. And funding. Those two are the real things that will help us push our media. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the important point you raised that, if they're not getting paid for it, it's really about the ego, like you said. I mean, if they're not getting paid for it, they're not likely to want to promote it. And really and truly, I agree that I saw the hand of the youth at December, because a lot of the people that were projecting Nigeria online were the same youth, the same ones that we feel are not standing up to be counted, actually given the opportunity and them seeing the glaring value in what we're doing, they were able to push the narrative So we've noted that. Thank you. My Leonard Silk, how would you assess the government's efforts in creating a level playing field for all stakeholders in the tourism sector? What tangible achievements can we point to, and what areas still need improvement?
Thank you very much. Level playing field, that means one unit should not take advantage of the other. Whatever opportunities you make available to one state, the other state shouldn't be disadvantaged. I think the first time that we will have a legislative endorsement of funding for tourism is in this 2022 Act. And if the government is serious about it, I think the membership of the Tourism Alliance that is required under that act should not be a political carrot and cake. Because I'm probably saying this because I've been an actor on both sides. What you have taken away from the federal in terms of control and revenue from tourism, the federal is taking it back by creating a tourism alliance. Join the alliance and you will take a benefit of the funds. If my thinking is correct, that means submit yourself to what the courts have taken away from us so that you can take a benefit of funding. I don't think we should introduce a political undertone to it. Let us see it with the sincerity of purpose that is embedded in that act, to the effect that the federal government is concerned about standards, about uniformity, and about equal opportunities towards development of tourism. And it is for that reason that I will say that once every member of the Tourism Alliance, either hospitality business, either hotels, once they have been graded, classified, registered, they should also have equal opportunity and access to the funding that is promised under the NTDA Act. The government should also create a support mechanism for states to thrive. We have seen that under our federalism, tourism is under the residual list. That means it's the exclusive preserve of the states. So the federal government should create an enabling environment for the states to thrive. Importance of data collection. Effortlessly, the government will collate this data. I think users and stakeholders should have a benefit of getting or having access to these data. If you want to know how many people have been or have patronized Motown or have been to, have been on the, what's it called? This river that Asia on one part and Europe on the other side, Bosphorus. If you want to know how many people have sailed on the Bosphorus or sailed on the Bosphorus every week, you will get it on your phone now by asking Google. If you want to know how many people has been to the Eiffel Towers or has been on the Chinese Wall, you will know by asking Google now, and Google will tell you. I think we should make our own data and information equally accessible so that we are creating a level playing field. Most businesses in Nigeria, we go into it with our eyes closed because you have no idea. There are unforeseen expenses. As I'm speaking, the light can go. And then they will have to fall back on diesel. How then on earth do you think the owners of this place can tell you that by our calculation we will spend 1 million naira on diesel this month. Foul. It can't be accurate because they are not in a position to know how many times. They may not even have light throughout this week, and next week they may have light throughout the month. So it's difficult to project. SMEDAN, that's government agency and other agencies that are established to support small, medium enterprise should also be alive to their responsibility. And accessibility entry point for registered operators for membership of Tourism Alliance. Now that we know that membership of the Alliance gives you a lot of benefits, I even forgot to say that part of what the membership of the Alliance benefit it gives you, access to FX, tax rebates, import duties, import rebates when you are importing, a lot of things like that. To start with, pray that all that promise under the Act is true. Because even people going to school abroad or going to medicals abroad, they don't have access to FX. So if you now say to me that anybody that's registered under the Alliance as an hospitality enterprise will have access to tax rebates and to FX availability, I think that's a huge advantage. And it will give equal opportunity and equal playing field. Security must be guaranteed. Infrastructure must be guaranteed. Medical support must be guaranteed. And then I take it that road network is also covered under infrastructure. If we can guarantee all this, there is no need. I always say that a country that is secure and that is attractive needs no marketing. You can only market yourself to be visible. But for God's sake, that small little country beside South Africa, where people always say, have you been to Mauritius? How many times did you see Mauritius on CNN? Have you been to Seychelles? How many times did you see Seychelles on CNN being advertised? But for God's sake, there is security, there is infrastructure, everything there is affordable. Seychelles will not advertise themselves. Mauritius will not advertise themselves. So if Nigeria is sincere with infrastructure, with security, and what have you, nobody will tell nobody before they will meet themselves in Nigeria. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Leonard Silk. The one that came to me again is the issue of data. That I think everything sits on data in any business, until we also get that right, then we'll be able to put all of these things, implement or enforce some of these policies that we have in place already. I think data is very key, and we still have insufficient data, or even the ones we have, we can't really rely on them because they haven't been collected. We can't, verify how they were collected. But going to you, Evangelist, drawing from your experience, organizing travel to countries that consistently attract tourists, what lessons can Nigeria learn, and how can we apply those insights to improve the overall Nigerian tourism experience? I think you may have addressed that in your first question. So if there's something else you feel you need to add, okay, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you've mentioned entirely, the NALENSIC has mentioned security perception, maintain and upgrade of our tourist attraction, intentional investment in infrastructure and accessibility. Well, quite unfortunate, even myself, I'm not always happy that almost every year I take out over more than $2-3 million to other countries. And they are not coming here to patronize us. In fact, they will always want to collect their money in cash, even before your arrival. Imagine, even if half of it also is being brought down to Nigeria, a lot of things will have drastically increased. Number one, the employment rate, the growth rate, economical growth rate, and also create part-time jobs for the students. And this will surely help. Not to waste time, my conclusion here is, if Nigeria is to build a globally appealing tourism industry, it must borrow from the playbooks of successful destination, invest in infrastructure, ensure safety, position its unique assets, train its people, and tell its story intentionally. We have what the world wants to see. We simply need to present it in a way the world can understand, access, and remember. God bless you.
Thank you very much. I was just waiting for your feedback. I know that Leonard Silk has to leave immediately, so I don't know if we can just take a quick a quick photo with the chairperson and the chairman of the event. I should take the last one. Okay. So can you take the last questions? We still have one more question each for the panelists, but we'll just take the photo now with Leonard Silk and then we'll round up with the last questions. Thank you, everyone.
Looking over the skyline of the city, loud quiet nights in the midst of crime. Next door to happiness lives sorrow.
Sorry, can Leonard Silk, Mr. Emeka Ozwani, and Leonard Silk Chief Akitunde join us to present the award to Leonard Silk also?
Signals of solution in the sky. A city of justice, a city of love, a city of peace for every one of us.
Thank you very much for all you've done today. I've been instructed by my leader to present this to you. And as an obedient person, I hereby present this to you for all you've done for these lectures. Thank you very much.
Of the rainbow, and I can feel the sun on my face. I see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I can feel heaven in this place. And that's the sign of a victory. That's a sign of a victory. I can feel the spirit of the nations, and I can feel my wings riding the wind. Yeah, I see the finish line just up ahead now, and I can feel it rising deep within. And that's the sign of a victory. That's the sign of a victory.
So we're just going to round up the question and answer the last rounds of panelists. before we then go to the question and answers section. So please remain seated. You're going to have time to ask your questions. Interestingly, the commissioner is still here. So if you have questions for the commissioner, the panelists, you would have a few minutes to be able to ask your question. So we're just going to have 5 minutes.
We're still here. Okay, so the last question I'm going to ask you is the media is playing a significant role in promoting tourism in Nigeria. In your view, what more can be done to strengthen and improve the role of media players in this space?
Who remembers this advert? Incredible India. Who remembers it? And we're CNN, right? When they do that thing was like how many years ago? It still sticks in my head. Every time I remember India, that's a song that rings in my head. It's not like India has everything. Mostly they do is just the Taj Mahal or their culture. Now, why don't we have something like that? The only time we did something like that was during Dora Akuli's time, when we had the brand Nigeria, and we did want something really nice, but it never stuck in my head. So I said to answer this question, I had to write it down, because I believe we're here not just to come and talk. Because I think the problem with our industry is that we talk, we do not do actions. Am I right? Pamela, please. You entered all our meetings. We talk, but we do not actually implement. So I believe that being here, and you're all being legal practitioners, is that we're going to apply this thing to help our industry move forward. So these are the 3 things I pointed out for this. We need to invest in tourism media, not seasonal hypes. Our theme is about seasonal hypes to sustainability. We had Dirty December last year. Everyone was shouting. I said, we've not been having Dirty December since I was a small child. I'm turning 40 this year. I've been hearing about Dirty December since. But the way people were shouting about it last year, I said, oh, why? Because it's become a seasonal thing. Why can't we try and see how we can make it sustainable? Where we know that, okay, December is coming. Let's start promoting by June. Not that we wait till September or October or November. So when you're doing your religious stuff, did they start promoting a monthly event? 6 months. So let's start planning earlier. And while we're planning there, we have low-hanging fruit events that we can do. We have festivals year-round. Am I right? We have festivals year-round. Mr. Obi mentioned we have about 600 and something festivals. Why are we not using those seasons that are not hype to promote these low-hanging fruits? Our media needs to start promoting those things there. Then the next thing is that we need to support community-based content creators and not just celebrities. I know our celebrities are being recognized, but we have people who are not celebrities who are doing great job in industry. I don't know if you know Authentic Cycler. Does anyone know him? He's a young guy who cycles around Nigeria and promotes Nigeria with his drones. That guy is doing an amazing work. I heard, I don't know if it's true, Lagos government is working with him. Why can't other states work with someone like him? Does he have to be a Richard RMD or a Omotola? No, we have these young people. Let's work with these community-based content creators to promote all these our small events or places where people don't know about, but they're doing amazing things in those places. Then the next thing I said is create centered platforms where these content creators can actually find work, find information that they can promote. I know Tour Nigeria did something with Google Arts and Culture, where they worked with them and they took pictures of really nice places in Nigeria. If we can let content creators have access to those beautiful pictures. When you Google Nigeria, what kind of pictures do you see online? Are they fine? Most of them are not pretty. But once you see them, maybe ones that maybe someone like me does decide to use my fine camera and post and all that. Let's create that platform where people can actually go there, take good pictures, videos, and put Nigeria out there and stop saying the bad things about Nigeria. I think we promote ourselves negatively too much that even we that are diaspora, I don't want telling me, Nena, something's happening in 10 Million Bridge. I mean that I'm here. I know nothing is happening there. But because people are putting negative things out there more, that's what they're seeing and that's what they're promoting. Then the last thing is that we should establish an annual grant or fellowship for tourism-focused content. Like I complained here, all this tourism funding I'm hearing, Tourism Alliance, I don't know about it. And I'm a member of some associations. I don't even have access to that. Let's start creating such access for funding so that we encourage more people to use the money that they have to promote Nigeria positively to the world. And I think that's it from me. If we do not echo that media can help us, If we don't use the platforms that we have, especially the digital platforms that are really helping, then what are we doing? We're not doing anything to promote our country, and we'll continue to be like that if we keep putting out only the negative things out there. So yeah, these are my points, and I hope that we can implement them in our policies, in our funding, and every other thing. Thank you.
I agree totally. When you were talking about that advert, I actually don't know it. I mean, I've heard it, but the one that came to my mind, and I think it shows my age, is "Hey, Joy Girl." Does anybody remember that? And every time in fact, as far as I was concerned, that must be the best soap that anyone could use, because she looks, yes, because it was Joy soap. And yeah, and it was an advert. The girl, she was beautiful, dark skin, and she just looked absolutely beautiful. And, so, and that's the power of advertisement. Then it was TV type advertisement. Now we've got social media, and you can reach people just by the click of a button. You reach everybody. So it's a powerful tool that we must intentionally take advantage of. I mean, I don't see why we should even have some kind of competition where people take, in the state you say, who can take the best photos that reflect what the state is about? And then you sort of like begin to run with that concept, and you celebrate. You don't want any known photographer. You want those who are amateurs, and you want to see what they're able to produce that truly reflects what you're doing, the whole essence and the beauty and the culture of your state, for example. If you tried an initiative like that, sir, I believe, I think it's something you should consider, sir, to promote tourism and hospitality in your state. Thank you very much. So I'll go to the last question for you. So it's about public-private partnerships, which are often highlighted as a key strategy for driving growth and improvement in the tourism sector. Would you say this approach has worked for your organization or others like you? If yes, in what ways has it been beneficial? If not, how do you think such partnerships could make a difference? I'm not sure if you've engaged in PPP, but if you have, or you know those who have, do you think it's advantageous? Do you think it's something should be done or improved upon? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Right from the inception of You Fit Fly, we've engaged in private partnership, and this has really helped. One of the things we youth and Nigerians shy away from is you cannot have it all. What you don't have, you can leverage on the super end person to lean on them, and of course you fly. I remember one of the big shots in our industry, the firm, we happened to be partner with them for 2-3 years. They assisted, and the partnership really helps. One, they give us a credit facility, they guide us through based on their experience in the business, and also they also give to us trainings, which is a very, very important part of the business. And in due course, after many years now, we are partner with them, they are now partner with us. And today, they sell our products, we still sell their products. And this makes us grow. Our exponential growth also has come through partnership with churches that we've taken over the years, for more than 20-30 years that I know. The growth number of people that visited Israel and Jordan, they are people sponsored by the state government or politicians who about imagine a position, using that as a bait. But recently, for quite 8-9 years that I joined the business, with a kind of visibility, the hard work we make, going from one churches to other, partnering with the head of the churches, the prophet and the rest, which we know that they are the ones that can talk to the follower who are shepherds. And this increased our number in a very great manner. When we started 2018, we do airlift 200, 250. As of today, this month alone, I'll be going with 1,300 pilgrims. 1,300. I happen to be the first person by partnership with just a church to
have taken in Africa the highest number at a go to Israel and Jordan. Thank you. Which is over 2,500 in the year 2023. 2022, I came the highest to have opened after COVID, the destination called Jordan. We are Nigerians, and today it has become an history. Partnership has always worked and will always work if we are sincere with each other. Finally, let me just drop one more point. Then, for inbound tourism to thrive, the benefit of public-private partnership come mostly through indirect infrastructure and policy support. For outbound tourism, the value lies in diplomatic facilitation, regulatory protection, and strategic partnership in pilgrimage, logistics, etc. While direct financial investment in outbound leisure tourism is rare, public sector influences help us deliver smoother and more affordable and better supported experiences for Nigerian travelers. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Honestly, I feel that we're really blessed to have had such a formidable and knowledgeable panelists who are totally committed to the sector, to the growth of the sector, and are doing great things. So thank you very much indeed. I know that some of my colleagues here and even non-colleagues may have a few questions. I don't know how much time do we have?
Thank you very much to the panelists. We've really learned a lot today. We've learned that the government needs to do more. We've also learned that we as a people need to do more too. So yes, while we complain about the government, sorry, please can we have one house? So whilst we complain about the government, we should also do our own bit in the tourism industry. We've also learned from Mrs. Zinena that there is a need for more stakeholder relationship, cooperation. There are some people that don't even know what's happening in the same industry. So it appears that there is a need for, that stakeholder discussion. So does anybody have any question to either of the panelists, the commissioner? If you have any question, please could you signify by raising up your hand? Any questions? So they've said it all. So they've said it all, and it means we all don't have any questions from what has been said. All right. So okay. So there's a question here.
I want to start by saying thank you to our speakers. You guys have been so detailed, and clearly you're experts in the field. The commissioner, when he spoke, he said a lot about how political will is very important in ensuring that infrastructure required for tourism is laid in the state, and now told us how this has played out in Oyo State. Also talked about security, how Oyo is one of the safest states in Nigeria, and it's very commendable. Now, the question I have, or the comments or observation, whatever it's going to be called, is that I think we need to do a lot in preserving our heritage. We went to the Heritage Museum yesterday, and I think it left a lot to be desired in the sense that the infrastructure, so you come in, it's hot, it's not modernized, it's not digitalized, and even a fresh coat of paint. So I don't even know if it's the federal government or the state government that's in charge of that, because that's what will happen. When we went to Abeokuta, we pointed out some of these things. And please, can we have one house, please? We pointed out some of these things in Abeokuta and steps we are taking. So I think we should point it out here. So we feel that if that heritage museum is, upgraded or updated, it will go a long way in also bringing more people there. And I'll give some examples. So you go, and one thing I noticed there that I noted to the guides, well, you look at the masquerades, you look at everything there, and there is no date. They just tell you Naira, they just tell you this was used slave trade. And I've gone to museums in other parts of the world, and I know what it is like. It should be dated. 100, 150 years from now, none of us will be here. Then the next generation of people that are coming will just see this masquerade has been around, and for them it's not rich because they do not know that it has been around for 1,000 years or 500 years. So you go to the museum in London and everything is dated. The origin where it's gotten from, it is there. There was no single day, I didn't see anyone. And when I asked them, they didn't really have much to say. There's a way you would make a museum so well done that the inflow that will come, when I went to Spain, went to go to a museum, and then we got outside, and if you see the line, I don't know how many kilometers, so long. I said, for what? I can't do this. But the fact is that some people were there patiently waiting. It's possible they're going to wait half of the day. And that goes to what one of the speakers, the Leonard Silk, said about we have to have a long-term view. It's not a money-making venture that everything will be done. It's a legacy. It might not pay out now, but later, these people that you have this kind of line, they have been building and been upgrading for years, and then it pays out like this. You can imagine the kind of money they are making. So apart from the money-making side, we actually need to make that place comfortable. Even the one in Lagos State, you go to the National Museum and, you are like, because you go around and see these things. And I'm sure that our officials also go outside the country, they see these things. Please, when we come back, how do we make it better? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your comments. Of course, they were very insightful. I would like to ask one question right now, too. I have a PhD in transport law, so I do research on transportation, whether it's railroad and all of it. And research shows that the cost of transportation is the highest when it comes to trading, whether it's tourism and all of it. And of course, when we look at even tourism in Nigeria, when you talk of aviation, it's become very expensive. If you are going from France to Poland or, intra-EU, it's pretty much very cheap. As a student, I used to get 30 pounds, 25 pounds, within Europe. Even flights, if you book very early, there are some promos, you get 25 pounds. Or you cannot carry any bag. You can only go, and then when you want to check in and all of that. And those things, because we're students, we'll just pop in, we'll get to Italy, we'll get to France, and would have fun. And those things encouraged transportation. Road transportation too was cheap, or it's still relatively cheap. There was rail and all of that. So how does transportation, so this question goes to both the MD of the Faith Flyer and to the Honorable Commissioner. How does the transportation cost affect tourism in Nigeria? And to the Honorable Commissioner who is in government, because most transportation infrastructure are handled by the governor, by the states. What is the Oyo State government doing to lower transportation costs, even within Oyo State? Because if transportation is expensive, if you have to think that, I want to go to somewhere and it's going to cost me a lot of money, sometimes even more than the hotel. If I'm going to Abuja, I could get a hotel for 60,000 naira. So it means 2 days I would get 120,000. But my flight to Abuja, go home, is even more than the whole fun I want to have. So how does transportation cost affect tourism? And what steps is government doing, both at the state level and at the federal level, to reduce transportation costs? Because this makes sense even from a trade perspective, which was what I looked at, trade perspective, and even from tourism perspective. So the question goes to both.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, the problem is not the government. The problem is with the operator, and that happens to be the owner of the vehicle, the owner of the airlines. They want to get 500 to 1,000% profit at a time.
So government recently has provided another alternative means for transportation whereby you don't need to do fueling with the PMS, you can do CNG. Imagine from Abuja airport to maybe the city, the taxi charges as high as 25,000 naira because they are being run by PMS, which is petroleum. Now, the government has subsidized and put away that the CNG cars and buses are provided at each and every of these bus stops and at the airport. Alas, CNG that just costs, maybe the gas costs 2,000 naira, that can take care for 3-4 days with lesser amount to run it. The same person will still charge 25,000 naira. Is the government the problem? No. That thing was provided so that people can have reduced costs. And this will surely go across because a person earning 100,000 naira flying to Abuja, then want to take a taxi, it will be very difficult. So most of the problem doesn't lie with the government, lies with us, the operator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
I think I will not go along his line because you know he's a capitalist. So the way he will talk will be different from we, and the same category is on the same category with Bamofi. But concerning transportation, it depends on how you look at it. What we decided in Oyo State is that we realized that transportation really... Hello, one house, please. What we realized in Oyo State is that transportation costs really is affecting everything, be it end product of agri-produce, people themselves, and also it's affecting tourism, even students. So what we decide, what we are doing, and we have been doing it for the past 2 years, is that Governor Seyi Makinde approved, we have pay-setter transport service. That is owned by the government and is also expected to make money. They now directed the PTS that it should assign some vehicles to certain routes at highly subsidized rates, while students with uniform, they are allowed to use it free of charge. How is it now helping tourism? If we have tour operator that wants to package a tour, organize a tour, we link with the PTS. The PTS will now say, okay, you suppose you are going to Igbeti, that will cost you 400,000. Okay, we are going to collect only money for fueling. Ask the operator to pay 150,000. I want to say this. We are having a Google Festival on Thursday. We approach PTS. About 100 Egungun will get to Ibadan on Wednesday. And we will have to convey Egungun from where they sleep at Cultural Center to Liberty as early as possible. So we decided that we would need 3 luxurious buses. So we got in touch with them and they said, because of tourism and because of Oga's interest in tourism, they will give us the 3 vehicles free of charge. So by that, it aids our tourism. Our Egungun will not have problem in getting to the Liberty Stadium. And it also interests you, sir, that the majority of people coming from Republic of Benin will get to Ibadan on Wednesday. So we want to make their stay very memorable. So that is road transportation. For here, I think we have succeeded in taking bull by the horn. And that is what Bamofi said when he was delivering his speech, that we have started upgrading the aviation, the airport, Ladoke Akintola Airport, to international airport status. And I want to say categorically, by October, we are commissioning that place, and you can take this to the bank. You can take this to the bank. His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde will lead a very powerful team that will fly from Ibadan to London. So if we have international airport in Ibadan, definitely we have many carrier, many airways that will come to Ibadan. And if there is competitors, we have definitely the price will reduce because it will affect. They say the more the supply, the lower. Because everybody is targeting the same customer. So by that, we are going to, and we are also having some people, companies, approaching His Excellency that they want to also participate here. And apart from that, there will be CSR, corporate social responsibility. So which we, aviation is under tourism as well. So it is that the only one that we are still working on is the waterway. Do you understand? And we have Ele waterfront. I was just discussing with your people here that even after we finish at Bowers Tower tomorrow, we are likely to go to Ele Royal Entertainment Cruise for boat cruise before you go to train station. So what we are saying is that we are laying a very solid foundation and institution that anybody coming after us will build on as far as transportation is concerned.
Thank you very much. We just have two more questions, one from Mordecai and one from Victor.
Good afternoon, Leonard Silks, Honorable Commissioner, the panelists and everyone. My name is Mordecai Adejo. I'm a partner at the law firm of Michelle Mordecai, Lagos. I have two questions for the Honorable Commissioner. The first one, as a background, and on a light note though, while the Oyo State Anthem was playing today, those of us on this table, we were not sure how to comport ourselves. Were we to stand at attention or to dance? Okay, I said while the Oyo State Anthem was playing today, those of us on this table we were confused. Were we to stand at attention or dance? Because that's the most danceable anthem I've ever heard. So you tell us how we are supposed to comport ourselves. Secondly, to the next question, like the Leonard Silk Busari said, the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court has said that tourism is within the ambit of the state government because it's in the residual list. And I need to understand, there are things that happen. For example, in Nigeria, Oyo State is doing a great work to promote tourism. But then, the reputation of Oyo State is somehow still tied to what happens in other neighboring states and other places. So, I want to ask, since it is your duty and the duty of other commissioners like you to promote tourism in this country, do you have a forum where you work together? And if there is not, are you going to be promoting such a forum to ensure that
there's more work done, more collaboration done by the various ministries in that regard.
Thank you very much. Honorable Commissioner, I promise you that's the last question for you.
No, it doesn't matter. Even if it is 400 questions, I'm ready here. I'm here already, and I'm ready to take all the questions. Yes, collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Yes, I told you when I was presenting my, delivering my keynote address, I said when I first did Egungun Festival last year, nobody gave us the opportunity, or they thought it would be a failure. Immediately we finished, people started asking, how did you do it? So, and my colleagues, and I want to stand here to say that my colleagues are fully in support of what we are having on Thursday. All of them are coming to Ibadan. Lagos, the record we have now, Lagos is going to have, after Oyo, is going to have, among other states that are coming, is going to have highest number of contingents for Egungun Festival. So, detail to Ogun, detail to Osun, Ekiti, and Ondo. So what I'm saying in essence is that we are trying to have, we have a forum already. The Commissioner for Culture and Tourism Forum. And the leader or the committee, the chairman of the forum is Ekiti State Commissioner for Culture. So unfortunately, it is only culture they have there. Why the DG, that's Wale Ojolanre, is the DG for Tourism Commission. So what we are saying is that already we have that collaboration. What happens is that if one takes a step, others can emulate or decide that they want to do their own as they like. But presently, somebody will start, will first of all try something before that. Have I answered your question? Just the way you do to all anthems. We were just talking with Bamofin. So the national anthem like this, and when it is for any national anthem or your town anthem, you can decide to do like this or decide to. Do you understand? So, but, dance. I think as lawyers, you can choose. I don't want myself to be caged, so you can use law to interpret that.
Thank you very much. So before we go to the presentation of awards, we're going to ask Mrs. Une just one question. We have 1 minute, please. Mrs. Fakoya, so we're going to ask just one question for 1 minute. So somebody has asked that we ask you that, how do we promote destination with the overhyped, exaggerated media reports, especially when reporting about the state of insecurity in places?
Do you know that people still go to Iran, Iraq, even though they say that those places are security issues? I think it's the way the government works with the private bodies to promote what we have. If you heard what I said before, if we can work with the government to make sure that whatever pictures we're putting out there or whatever information we're putting out there is actually going to promote us. We're not going to have this issue where someone said, oh, there's insecurity in the north. See, I think what the problem is that we need the media to work with the government and to work with the private bodies who are in the industry to put out the right information out there. Because even America that we all go to, sure, you know there's insecurity over there. People are shooting and killing people up and down. But the information they put out there in the media is so great that you actually want to go to, still want to go to America. So I think at the end of the day, it's not something that's a personal person or an individual you can do. It has to be that collaboration. I've been saying it, the collaboration within the media, the government, and the bodies, the tourism bodies working together, putting out the right things out there just to promote us. So that even when you're here and there's something happening somewhere, like the north is so beautiful, but people are afraid to go there because of the narratives we hear. But there are places in Kaduna, in Kanu, that are actually safe. I have friends that live there. But because of the information put out there, that's why people are scared to go. But if the media, the government, the public bodies are working together to put out the right information out there, I'm telling you, nobody will say, I won't go here because there's no security. So it's all about the synergy and the collaboration that will make that happen. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something really quickly. We all know about what happens in America in the past few years with the shootings in schools. Yet many of us Nigerians are still sending our children to schools in America, to universities in America. We're still visiting and all that. And I remember also with South Africa, my first time of going to Joburg, I was told, don't let the driver stop by the lights because they can just hijack your car or they can, harm you. And still, Nigerians were still going. So I totally agree with her. It's important that government works together in a real and meaningful way with the private sector to send out the right message, the right narrative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ree. Please, can we have a round of applause for our panelists? They have indeed done justice to the topic and also given us a few takeaways. Honorable Commissioner, sir, just to add to the experience that the chairperson shared, yesterday when we visited the museum, it was rather warm. There was no cooling, no air conditioning. So we couldn't stay for as long as we would have wanted to. Everybody needed to leave because it was warm. So we know that it's a federal establishment, but in the spirit of collaboration, and in view of the fact that it's now on your residual list, Honorable Commissioner, we call upon you most humbly to please take some action so that the next time we visit the museum, we will spend at least an hour. Thank you so much, sir. A round of applause for the Honorable Commissioner, please. At this point, we will be handing out plaques to our panelists who have been ever so kind and patient with us and shared with us their immense knowledge. I will be calling on Mr. Emeka Ozoani, SAN, and the Honorable Commissioner to please help us hand out plaques to the panelists. So the first plaque goes to Evangelist Ajibola Shino Ogukeyede.
On behalf of SBI, Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee of Nigeria Bar Association, Session on Business Law, I'm presenting this award of appreciation to Evangelist Ajibola Shino Ogukeyede in recognition of your invaluable contributions as a speaker at the 2025 Roundtable of the Tourism Retreat. Congratulations.
Merciful God, ọba tó ṣoore fún mi ṣoore fún ẹ tó ṣoore lójoojúmọ́. Ọba kọ mátíkà lẹ́yìn, àdúrà gbọ̀ngbọ̀n lẹ́yìn aṣòwòtọ́. Kò jẹ́ ronú ibi rárá.
Thank you very much.
The Leonard Silk, Mr. Emeka Ozoani, SAN, will be presenting the plaque for Mrs. Nena Fakoya Smith.
behalf of the SPIDEL, and after a very incisive discussion, we do appreciate you. I'm directed to present this to you by my leader. Please have this.
Thank you, sir.
Ìgbòkègbodò mi kò jẹ́ kó já sórí asán. Ìgbòkègbodò mi kò jẹ́ kó já sórí asán. Òun yan fáńdá lójú rẹ̀ gbẹ̀gàn. Bí ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ ṣe ń yan lójú rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́gùsí, ẹlẹ́gùsí ò gbọ́dọ̀ yí látà. Ìmásí fún God. Ìgbòkègbodò mi kò jẹ́ kó já sórí asán. Ìgbòkègbodò mi kò jẹ́ kó já sórí asán. Òun yan fáńdá lójú apẹ̀gàn. Bí ọ̀pọ̀lọ́ ṣe ń yan lójú ẹlẹ́gùsí, ẹlẹ́gùsí ò gbọ́dọ̀ yí látà. Ìmásí fún God. Máa fi jó yín bàbá. Máa fi jó yín bàbá ògo. Máa fi jó yín bàbá. Máa fi jó yín ọba ògo. Máa fọ yàyà yóò ní bú ọrẹ. Máa fọ yàyà yín ọba ògo. Máa fọ yàyà yóò ní bú ọrẹ. Máa fọ yàyà yín ọba ògo. Bàbá tẹ́wọ́ yẹn lẹ́dùnmarè ọba mímọ́. Ìbẹ́ ń rẹ bàbá bọ́ọ̀bà ògo rẹ̀. Ọba tẹ́rẹ̀ rẹ̀ kárí ayé.
On behalf of SBL, particularly the topic under discourse, we are very appreciative of you for your incisive knowledge. I am directed to present this play by my leader for your efforts. Thank you very much.
Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Bí ènìyàn kan lọ́lọ́run mi rí o.
We'll be inviting our head of government liaison to receive this award on behalf of Mr. Obi Asika, who participated virtually.
Thank you. On behalf of SBL, particularly the topic under discourse today, I present this to Obi Asika for his contributions and incisive discussions. Thank you very much.
Olúwa appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ onígun ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ ọpẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ onígun ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ ọpẹ́ mi. Ẹni bá ń kàròjinlẹ̀ ló lè mọ̀ pé èmi yóò gbé ọ̀gá Olúwa.
Thank you all so much.
Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ onígun ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ ọpẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ onígun ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ ọpẹ́ mi.
Thank you. I'm sorry, without meaning to interrupt anyone's lunch, Leonard Silk, sir, yes, sir, please, we require your chairmanship services. Thank you so much, sir. We'll be presenting the award for the executive governor of Oyo State, which will be received on his behalf by the chair. What's the one for the governor? Where's the one for the governor? Which will be received on his behalf, sir, by the commissioner.
This award is to His Excellency, Engineer Seyi Makinde, FNSC. This is This award is for His Excellency, Engineer Seyi Makinde, FNSC. This is a token of our appreciation for you agreeing to host the MBA section on Business Law, Tourism, and Hospitality Committee here in Ibadan. And also an appreciation for the excellent hospitality that we have enjoyed since we arrived here in Ibadan. We are indeed very grateful for what you have done, what the government and people of Oyo State have done. Your Honorable Commissioner has represented you very well to show us and tell us about the tourism potential of this state. We want to assure you that we will definitely be back. Thank you very much.
Sir, I still have to hold you hostage because this time you are the recipient. I would be calling on the Leonard Silk, Mr. Emeka Ozoani, to present this award to his brother Silk on behalf of the NBSBL Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Subcommittee.
My leader, on behalf of the SBL, particularly the discussion today that my learned brother was able to demonstrate an excessive knowledge of it. I am directed by yourself to present this to you, sir. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Honorable Commissioner, sir, you know it's not every day that we get to have access to you like this. So today that you are here, we want to maximize your presence. We're calling on you again, sir, to receive this award on behalf of the Honorable Commissioner for Justice and the AG of Oyo State. I would like to call on Mrs. Uchenna Ogunedo Akingbade to present this award. Mrs. Uchenna is a trailblazer. She was the CPC chair for the maiden edition of the Tourism Roundtable and Retreat, and she has continued to support us. Please, a round of applause for Uchenna.
Thank you so much for coming, sir. On behalf of the MBA SBL Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee, we present this award of appreciation to Honorable Abiodun Ayodeji Aikomo, the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice, in honor of your distinguished personality and for your remarkable contributions to the tourism sector in Nigeria. Thank you for all the assistance that you have rendered to us and for supporting us on this journey. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. I know we're having lunch, but please don't stop clapping. So the next, Honorable Commissioner, sir, I'm so sorry, sir. So again, you'll be receiving the award on behalf of His Royal Majesty, Oba Owolabi Ige Olakuleyin the First, the Olubadan of Ibadan land. I will be calling on Mr. Nonso Azi to present this award on behalf of the Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee. A round of applause for Mr. Azi as he comes up. A very astute lawyer.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association Section on Business Law, Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee, I present to you this award of appreciation presented to His Royal Majesty Oba Owolabi Ige Olakuleyin I, the Olubadan of Ibadan land, in honor of your distinguished personality and for your remarkable contributions to the tourism sector in Nigeria. Presented on 10th of May, 2025. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. The commissioner is finally free of me. He must be relieved. I'll be calling on Mr. Oke Egbuchu. Mr. Egbuchu, as you all know, is one of the past chairman of the Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee of the NBSBL. He's been a strong pillar of support throughout the conference planning and right till this moment. Mr. Egbuchu will be presenting the award to the MBA SBL chairperson, Mrs. Ozofun Latude Ogemudia, ably represented by the Western Zone Coordinator of the SBL. A round of applause, please, as they come.
Thank you. This wonderful award is for one of us, our leader, Mrs. Ozofu Olatunde Ogemudia, who is the chairman of SBL. And without her permission, we would not have had this conference. Without her support, we would not have had this conference. And to make sure that things go well in the line of duty, she has sent one of us to our Western Zone representative, because unavoidably she had to go. Maybe I should tell you, maybe I shouldn't. But she's unavoidably absent. Otherwise, she would have been here herself. So on behalf of the Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee and the Planning Committee, we present this plaque and award to our chairman, Mrs. Olatunde Ogemudia.
Joy is coming. Joy is
Thank you so much. A warm round of applause, please. It appears the commissioner is considered being called to bar. Because before joining the photograph, he was saying, non-lawyer anchor. So, sir, we may decide to conduct your call to bar ceremony this evening at the closing party, if you assure us of your presence. And this is just to further let everyone in this room know that there will be a closing party. You know SBL now, we round everything up in grand style. So please show up and show out. The theme of the party is Ashoke and Faji Repete, ably coined by the head of entertainment, the one and only Mr. Kunle Olaofe. He doesn't want his name to be mentioned. He's the man sitting there in Aaron. A round of applause for him, please. They said you should stand up. They said you should stand. Commissioner said you should stand up. Thank you all so much. It has indeed been a wonderful, wonderful day. We've had so many sessions. And I will now be calling on I'll be calling on Mr. Femi Fajolu, the partner of G.O. Shodipo and Co. to give us the vote of thanks. And we also want to add, this is a networking lunch, please. So that the vote of thanks has been given. It doesn't mean please mingle, make friends, network. The commissioner is here with us. He has given us assurance. And he's ready to answer more questions. So please. is at your disposal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. In giving this vote of thanks, I want to acknowledge what the Lord has done for us concerning this conference. When we were planning this conference, we didn't have money, Madam Chair. We didn't have money. But I said to her that the Lord will do it. And my Leonard Silk, you know, I said, talk to my Leonard Silk. Is known in Ibadan. And one way or the other, we go to my Leonard Silk. And the moment we go to my Leonard Silk, God began to answer our prayers. All the requests that we made, including the dinner with the governor, it was like that was impossible. The Lord did it. So first of all, we want to thank the Most High God for joining mercies for a very successful conference. The dinner we had last night was first class. We want to thank the governor of Oyo State. Even though the governor was not there, but everything surrounding the state, they were all there, including the CJ of this state was represented. Honorable Commissioner, we thank you. We thank you. You were there with us yesterday. You are here. It's 3 o'clock now. You are still with us. We want to thank you and all your people, all your people that came, that are still here, that came yesterday. Please thank them for us. We want to appreciate the KBAC of Ibadan for hosting us as well. They hosted us at the palace. That was not a small thing. We want to thank the KBAC for that. Thank you, KBAC. For all of you that are here, it's 3 o'clock right now, past 3, and you are still here. Please let's give ourselves a round of applause. For all the members of the executive and the members of the planning committee, thank you. Thank you for everything you have done. God bless you. Even as we are going back tomorrow, the conference is not over. We are going to continue this evening. Please don't miss this evening. It's going to be loud. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. So just to re-echo what Mr. Faja said, my loud gone. And the time is 7 p.m. So please show up, show out. I've been seeing all kinds of fashion. Yes, and this is the venue, yes. This hall we're in is the venue for the party. I've been seeing all kinds of combinations since I came. In fact, this evening, I'm looking forward to all kinds of things. So please, let's all show up and let's show out and ready to party because it's going to be very interesting. Thank you all so much.
Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi. Appreciation. Mo dúpẹ́ oníbù ọ̀rẹ́ bàbá gbọ́ pẹ́ mi.
All the party wey dem dey do for Lagos City. Na there wey you go find the money receipt. She no dey carry last yo, she no dey gree. Yeah, kí ló ń wá kiri? Mọ́mí Yétúndé wọ́n tún lọ yáwó. Wọ́n fẹ́ ra gèlè lọ síbi ìyàwó. Dádì Sùlíyà wọ́n fẹ́ lọ ṣayé. Wọ́n ti dé fìlà pé ká lọ jayé. Wọ́n jà wọn láwọn tún lọ ṣayé. Wọ́n pè Adé wọ́n pè Bàdó. Èyí tún lè gan o, wọ́n ní ìjọ tí mo jó lọ.
I committed a sin. I forgot to acknowledge all our sponsors. This would not have been possible without our sponsors. And in no particular order, permit me to list out the names of our sponsors. Country Hill Attorneys and Solicitors, CLP Legal. Please, a round of applause as you hear these names. CLP Legal, Oak Legal, Farmsville, OJ and Ella Motors Limited, Alfred and Alfred, Featherstone Solicitors, Ayodele Akitude and Co., Cam Hill Partners, Damilola Oshinuga LP, George Etomi and Partners, Nativity Attorneys, Emeka Ozoani SCN and Co., Lex Xavier, Doing Rosevival and Co., J Farms, The Bestine Agro Limited, Bodija International Schools, DOA, TBI Royal Caribbean, GHI Assets, Rook and Co., Fan Milk, and Ascendo Partners LP. We must also thank all our supporters who have given to us very generously in cash or in kind. We have here Chukwuka Ikwazom SAN, Latifa Kongbe SAN, Bisima Kojuola, Emurov Bay, A. Majemite, MB Abiola and Co., Nonso Azi, Pamilere Akambua, Fumi B. Abiodun, Veronica Ekesiobi, Mr. Namdi Oragu, Jerome Ogona Okoro, Vincent Wana and Co., AVO TV, and Trison Law Chambers. Thank you all. Without you, this event would not have been possible.
I saw you dancing, I forget yourself. You take jalopy, block Mercedes Benz. Uncle G, they see us. You grab your auntie Susan. Susie, she dancing fire. You say you don't go leave her. On fait le dao, on va choisir l'on s'y biao. La disulia, on fait le chalet. On s'y défile là, on peut le jailler. On jamala, on champagne, on peut chiffre commanda, on appelle. Et tous les gars, on y est joti mojola no. Aïe, tu montes le toyo. On est le chamarora. Et joti fait ma.
No be my power, say I buy it house yo. Ẹbí mi kọ́ pé mo lọ́lá o. Olúwa ló fún mi lọ́mọ o. Na Jehovah dey bless me o. Make you no dey hate me. I no get your time o. Na Baba God dey bless me o. Make you no dey hate me. I no get your time o. Oh na 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 na, mo ga ju ayé lọ o. Ẹ ò lè rí mi mú, ẹ̀yin kọ́ lọ lọ́rùn mi. Ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe tèmi à, I'm higher than the world. No go get me o, ẹ̀yin kọ́ lẹ̀ lẹ́dà mi. Ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe tèmi à, make I live my life. Instead, make you dey pray. You dey carry my gifts around o. Instead, make you dey walk yo. You dey carry my matter around o. Na Jehovah dey bless me o. Make you no dey hate me o. I no get your time o. Olúwa dey bless me o. Make you no dey hate me o. I no get your time o. Oh na 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 na, mo ga ju ayé lọ o. Ẹ ò lè rí mi mú, ẹ̀yin kọ́ lọ lọ́rùn mi. Ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe tèmi à, I'm higher than the world. No go get me o, ẹ̀yin kọ́ lẹ̀ lẹ́dà mi. Ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe tèmi à, make I live my life.
Ẹ ti máa gba bẹ́ẹ̀sì. Ẹ ti máa jí sòro. Sòro pa wọ́n, kílẹ̀ ti rí bẹ́ẹ̀ lè rẹ́ni gbójúlé ọlọ́run làwa gbójúlé ìgbà táwọn bá wọn ṣàkóso ìgbà táwọn bá wọn ṣèbàjẹ́ ìgbà táwọn bá wọn rìnkì ṣé ó wá tẹni tó níbo là ó gbà sáńbàdà 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 ìyẹn tún dáyé àtúnwá wọlé wọlé ilé bàbá ọmọ kì í bọ̀mọ lẹ́rù wọlé 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 yípa ọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́yìn yọ. Arìnmá bùgà, àbùdá bùgà, ayá wọn láyà, arìnmá ṣọ́gbé, mọ́tò ṣọ́ṣì.
Àsìkò ti tó ta ó sọ fún wọn wá síwájú yín lájẹ kò ní burú fórí kádébìlà sórí kún ẹsẹ̀ kò ní burú forí kádébìlà sórí kún ẹsẹ̀ ẹnu wọn mẹ́fà ẹnu wọn méje àwa ò bẹ́ lẹ́nu méjì ṣeré mọ́. bala ò ní sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wa sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ tó bá ń pẹ́ wọ́n ṣì mí àtúnmí lẹ́nu débẹ̀ Musiliu egungun yọbí àlejò mi akọrin àpàlà Túndé ìyá òdìbá ìgbéraga ń ṣe wọ́n Babátúndé Haruna mo ń tẹnumọ́ lójoojúmọ́ o àwọn dà wọn ò dá dán mọ́ àwọn dà wọn ò ní lógo dídán ni yóò máa dán iṣẹ́ Olúwa ẹ̀yẹ máa tún wò dídán ni yóò máa dán iṣẹ́ Olúwa ẹ̀yẹ máa tún wò ìgbàlùgbà láyé wa yóò máa dùn ó. ó ti bàtà ẹ pàdé mi nísàlẹ̀ lẹ́lẹ́lẹ́lẹ́lẹ́ ẹ pàdé mi nísàlẹ̀ ẹ pàdé mi nísàlẹ̀ ẹ pàdé mi ní gbòǹgbò. Ṣé bí Naija nìyẹn o? Sisi, ó ṣe wá ń gbẹ̀sẹ̀ bí onígbòrò. Ó ṣàmọ̀rú ẹ̀. Sisi.